Good morning and Happy New Year. Welcome to 2026 and welcome to special meeting of council for the Township of Minden Hills for Tuesday, January 6, 2026. This is a budget meeting to review amendments that have been proposed for the mayoral budget. And Madam Clerk, please proceed with a roll call to confirm council attendance.
Councilor Simpson.
Present.
Councilor Steele.
Present.
Councilor McKelvey.
Present. Present.
Present.
Present.
Present. We respectfully acknowledge that the Township of Minden Hills is located on Treaty 20 Michisagi territory and in the traditional territory of the Michisagi and Chippewa nations, collectively known as the Williams Treaties First Nations, which are Curve Lake, Rama, Hiawatha, Alderville, Scugog Island, Beausoleil, and Georgina Island First Nations. We acknowledge the shared presence of Indigenous nations throughout the area and recognize its original Indigenous inhabitants as the stewards of its lands and waters since time immemorial. Madam Clerk, please read the resolution for approving the agenda.
Moved by Councilor Sadie, seconded by Councilor Engler. Be it resolved that the January 6, 2026 special council meeting agenda be approved as circulated.
All those in favor? It is carried. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest or general nature thereof? Seeing none, we go on to items of business. So we start off, we have attached the budget that was from December 15th to the agenda. I will ask the CAO to make any opening comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to you and members of council. I'd just like to provide a very brief recap and then the purpose of today, and then I'm going to turn it over to our finance experts to walk us through the presentation. So as the mayor indicated on December 15th, the 2026 mayoral budget was presented to council. And that was following quite a comprehensive review between staff and finance team, lasted about sort of over a 6-month period. We believed at the time that we presented a realistic and achievable work plan and financial plan. Really the goal for us in presenting or proposing the tax supported budget was to strike a balance between the rising costs of providing our services, affordability, and making sure we had some good financial practices. Personally, I would like to thank the finance team and our leadership team for all of their work over the fall to develop a proposed budget in a very new format for all of us. So I'd like to acknowledge all the work that the staff have done. Following that meeting, council has had a period of time to propose amendments to that budget that was presented on the 15th. And that really is the purpose of today, is to consider changes that either council has proposed or there were some housekeeping changes that based on conversation on the 15th that staff have made, and we want to publicly acknowledge those. The amendments will be presented and explained. Following the presentation, we'll go back and go through each one of the amendments or changes one by one. Council will vote whether they support any or all of the amendments. It needs to be supported by a majority of council to go on a list, then for the mayor to take away and consider. We can have discussion on other items. I think there were a couple of things that council members wanted to have further discussion on. Understanding that if that results in a change to the budget, it needs to be put in the form of an amendment and voted on and supported by the majority of council. So I now will stop talking and I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Drinkwalter and Ms. Blanchard to walk us through a brief presentation that we have, which incorporates I think all of the amendments we've received to date, except we have an additional slide of some that we received yesterday. So we'll make sure that we get that up on the screen as well. They will walk you through the presentation, outline impacts of proposed changes or amendments. And then, as I said, following their presentation, we'll go back to the slides that have the amendments on them and go through them one by one and vote on.
Councillor McKelvey?
Sorry, just before our experts start here, I just wanted to check to make sure I understand. So we put forth amendments.
Right.
The mayor has 10 days to veto.
So following this meeting, technically the 8th, let me just look at the clerk. The 8th is the last day.
Okay.
Council can propose amendments. We had set this date because we knew it would probably take more time than tagging it on to a regular council meeting. Following the 8th, then there's a 10-day period that the mayor has to consider the proposed changes to the budget.
And then if he vetoes those,
So anything that is not supported by the mayor, so acceptance or veto needs to be in writing with rationale. Following that, there is a 15-day period. So technically the mayor has 10 days after the 8th. Following that, there is a 15-day period for council to consider whatever the mayor has results. And so we will schedule a meeting on that 15th day. And again, then there's an override potential. I think if you'll let us get through
That's fine,
the
but-
presentation, Councillor McKelvey will, I think our intention had been towards the end of the meeting, just explaining what the next steps were going to be. But essentially we have, you know, another 10-day and 15-day potential period unless either party wants to shorten the periods. Okay, but we can talk about the specifics and the nuances of those perhaps towards the end of the day. Okay, Mr. Mayor, if there's no other questions from council, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Drinkwalter and Ms. Blanchard to dazzle us.
Thank you, and to the chair, I apologize for my voice. I'm a little under the weather, but spending time with my nephews over Christmas always leads to a cold. So the following presentation, we went through staff. We took the budget back kind of on council recommendation to go through some of the operating costs. And we met with department heads and got some up-to-date actuals for 25 and went through and made some small amendments to revenue items and some expense items. They were quite minor and across a few departments, but we did kind of refine some of those, and you'll see that as we go through. The next set of slides includes the amendments we've received. Just before Christmas, I believe, or during Christmas. There's a few amendments we received yesterday. I don't believe they're included. They're on the slide, but they're not in our updated numbers yet. So we can just go to the next slide. So you recognize this slide from our original presentation. So this talks about original mayor's budget and the tax rate increase as well as the levy rate increase. So the tax rate increase was 3.95 and the tax levy percentage increase was 4.95. And under that is the kind of the explanation on what was trying to be achieved with the mayoral budget. And if we can go to the next slide. Excuse me. These are just some housekeeping corrections that were noted in the slides and in the budget when we were going through it with council. The only one I believe that had an effect on the tax rate would have been the $7,000. It was a positive instead of a negative number. So that would have changed the budget by about 14,000. Councilor McKellar.
It was a $3,500, but so it actually changed it by 7.
Got you. Okay, sorry, 7,000. There was another number that was 7,000 was a positive instead of a negative. So I thought it was
Okay.
that number. Okay, we can go to the next slide. So these are the results of so I took our summary operating sheet and compared it to the staff revised corrections we did when we met with department heads. And you can see our differences there. It was again just refining some numbers, and one of the big ones was tipping fees at the dump and some arena revenues. So you'll see that in the 57,000. And in the operating expenditures, there was just some minor adjustments which increased cost by about $6,800. Pardon?
Councilor McKelvey?
Did we get the breakdown of that 57?
It's something I can provide. I sent an email last night on what was mostly in those numbers.
I didn't get any of those. Oh, I didn't.
No, sorry, I thought I replied to all council, but I mean,
Nope, I didn't get an email.
So
Okay, please do. Thanks.
and again, most of the amounts are small, $500 here, $1,000 here. The major ones are the arena revenue increase and the dump tipping. And if we can go to next slide. So this slide does show an increase in taxation cost, and basically what we did here is we moved some the majority of this is moving some capital costs out of the surplus to be funded by surplus or reserves, and it's still funded by reserve, but actually parkland reserves. So we've moved, if you could help me with some names, Cynthia, on the projects, just because I'm the Riverwalk
So
light.
right, the Riverwalk lighting, the Snowden Park footbridge, and I think we were reviewing the Water Street dock as well. But I think to Mr. Walter's point, I think you'd have to speak to how much of that reserve we could assign.
Yes, so in parkland, parkland fees are fees we collect through planning and are to be used for public areas, typically parks. There are some other areas that can use them, but we do have a reserve there, and a lot of these costs are related to upgrading parks and renewing park locations. So we discussed among staff, thinking it would be a good utilization of that fund, those funds. We couldn't put all of the capital funds to the parkland reserve because there wasn't enough in the reserve account, but we were able to take parts of each project. So that's where you'll see the 42,000 at the bottom is to be funded by taxation. So it was removed as a surplus to be funded by taxation. You will see that in a vote coming up, where we want that 42,000 to be funded. But as of right now, in the staff adjustment, we had 42,000 come from taxes, and the remainder. So, sorry, I should start. The total project for the Riverwalk lighting was 142,000. So 100,000 would be coming from parkland, and 42,000 coming from taxation on that project. Yes.
Through you, actually, maybe to the chair. So we're talking about, Treasury Department is explaining how stuff's to be funded by reserves, but council asked for what our reserves actually were, and I don't think we ever did receive them. Is there a reason why we didn't receive what the reserve numbers were? For all departments?
Yep, and I can speak to that. Being new to the role, we don't have financial statements for 2024 or 25. And not being here, I don't know what transactions that have been recorded from budget to actual regarding reserves. So I don't know I don't know what's been put into reserves. I don't know what's been put out according to what budget's been approved. So to provide that list and I don't know if amounts have been moved to the appropriate reserves. So to provide the list of all the reserves would be difficult because I'm not confident in what those reserves look like. I can tell you that I'm pretty comfortable that our reserve numbers around 12.5 to 13 million sitting in reserves. As to which departments and the detail on those, I didn't put anything forward because I haven't spent enough time going through them. But it is something I will provide a full report on. I just you need to spend a bit of time going through it.
So on the screen, we've got this change of 337.5 and then another change of 37. Just, that's not all Riverwalk writing, I don't think. So I'm just trying to figure out what else.
And I'm just wondering. So we also have 210,000 that we moved the enterprise resource planning, so the ERP, and the asset management software. We discussed within the finance team and realistically with finance reserves, this is what they're for. We don't have we don't have a fleet. We don't have other assets that we spend on in the finance reserve. So we've also requested to move that over to be funded by reserves.
And it was in there to be financed by unknown surplus.
Yes.
Or- So then the amount to be funded by any surplus is different. What's the three?
So that's the difference of the 42,000 being funded by taxation and the Riverwalk lighting. So if we go to the next slide. So here, this is just a bit of the detail we kind of discussed previous. So the Snowden Bridge, 37,500 financed by Parkland, Riverwalk lighting, 100,000 financed by Parkland, remaining from taxation. And we also have a note on the Clear Lake culvert that was omitted from the original mayor's budget, which should have been included, and it's being funded by reserves. So there's no change taxation rate on that one.
So we're gonna bring that from the roads reserve? Is that what we're thinking of? I'm concerned what reserve we're gonna use, and I'm also concerned what the roads reserve. What the balance is, because, and again, you weren't here, so I'm not shooting the arrow at you. But we took $800,000 for new trucks over there. Which is another question I have as far as the one tandem we received, I believe. I don't believe we received the other one. We agreed to buy it and it should be in the capital. And it's another 400,000.
Are you referring to 2025?
We authorized, we had a tandem on order. It takes forever. When it came, we authorized that purchase, but we also authorized him to order another. Because we're gonna get the same deal sort of thing.
Yeah, if I may,
Your mic's, well, maybe.
it doesn't talk.
Oh, and the light doesn't show. Oh,
Can you
okay,
hear me now?
okay, so, yep, if Tuesday it's on, we'll believe it.
It's like a rock star. Through the chair, not to get into the finance side, but I can confirm we have received both trucks now and both are operational and up and running. So from,
Oh, they came in 25?
yeah, from my perspective, that's done. Obviously, we have the trucks in service. I'll stand on the finance side of it, but I can just confirm that.
Okay,
for
so,
council.
so for Zach's benefit, then there's $800,000 that was gonna come out of that roads reserve for those trucks.
25.
Yeah, I thought one was coming, but that's good. We got them.
Okay, yeah, like I said, the balances have been individual reserves. I have 2 years of entries to reconcile it and review, to make sure, along with Lori, to make sure that, the balances are correct. Go to the next slide. So now we're getting into some of the proposed changes and amendments that staff proposed on reviewing the budget, bringing it back, and as well, the next slide will show the amendments proposed by council. And I think we'll probably go through these in more detail once the presentation's over. Correct, Cynthia?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think it's up to council if there are any, I would suggest that we, on each slide, if council wants to propose a question or have discussion on any one of the amendments, you might do so, and then we'll move on to the next slide. In terms of indicating your support, we'll come back to that at the end of the presentation. But I think for people to be able to say, yes, I support this amendment or not, there may be questions that you want to ask or staff may need to provide further information. So my recommendation is there is a suggestion in number 1 to take some monies that were to be assigned to the capital levy and have the 57,150 come from reserve. There's another one here to have the backup generator, apply for a grant and have the remainder of that item come from a reserve. So if there are any questions on those, if not, then my recommendation would be move on to the next slide, but allow council to ask questions on each slide.
So as discussed, there's 2 proposals here for changes in funding source up on the screen. If there's any questions on those 2.
Yes, thank you. Just a clarification, because if we're taking money from, I'm looking at number 2, the council amends the 2026 mayoral budget to change the funding for the CSD backup generator to emergency management preparation grant with the balance of reserves. It's a grant that doesn't exist yet, that we haven't received. So of course, we're going to apply for every grant we possibly can. So this doesn't make any kind of substantial change to our budget. It's just saying that we want to put some, which we will do anyway, some grants there. So I don't see this as a change to the budget. It's kind of like you know, if I buy the right lottery ticket, you know, all will come free, right? So, so I don't want to confuse grants, which are potential, with our actual operating budget. And that's my concern with this one. Thank you.
I think that makes sense because obviously if we're putting in a sidewalk, we're going to apply for the sidewalk grant, and whatever we do where there's an opportunity to get a grant, we can, will apply, but I think I don't think it's the right thing to do to put in a potential grant as a funding source. I mean, I think grants that we haven't received should be in there as zero. If we get them, well, then we obviously will apply them in the right place, and whether it's, you know, buying the whole thing from reserves and then adding the grant to the reserves to replace it, it's a bit moot. So, Councilor McKelvey?
I was the one that put forth this amendment, and we can change to take out the grant. It's more of financing of this backup generator. It was listed in the original mayoral budget as coming from the debt. And I'm not prepared to suggest that we should borrow money for a generator. I wasn't comfortable with that. So the 300,000 I feel should come from a reserve, the arena reserve. I'm fine to take out the emergency management grant, but I'm wanting the backup generator to be financed from a reserve, not take on more debt that ends up having an impact on next year's budget.
Councilor Singh?
Yeah, I can see the logic in that and why, of course, but I'm wondering if that leads us to a breakdown of what those reserves are for, because without that kind of understanding of how much money's there and how this is going to look over the long term, which certain staff would have some handle on or getting a handle on the new finance, I'm concerned that if we just leave it with reserves and then find out, whoa, we just shortchanged ourselves somewhere else. So I don't know. Like, I like the idea of not having it within the taxation part of the budget, but I just don't know what those reserves are made up of without further comment back from staff. Thank you.
I think it's actually worded as from a reserve. Allow the finance director to determine where it comes from. We have a healthy reserve, and is, I think, way back in November or so, where he was doing a bunch of work. She had mentioned to me that we probably had around 12 million or so. As we refine the number, we're finding it's even larger than that. So I'm not too concerned about the reserves that we have overall for the township in terms of which individual reserve is used for what. Is I think that the finance can determine that. Councilor McKelvey?
Well, we probably do have 12 million or more in reserves. A big chunk of that's water and sewer, so that's not something that can be used. Working capital is also like over 1.5 million. So, and there's some reserves that you can't touch. Perpetual care, the cemetery, Kirkwood, that sort of thing. When we had an update in just 23, the arena reserve was showing us $513,444. So I think it has enough money in it to be utilized for this, or there is emergency preparedness grant or reserve that's in here over 500 too, but I don't know. Did we get our funding for the emergency that we had?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just received notice that the minister has acknowledged and is having his staff go through our application. I mean, indications are we will,
Yes.
but you know, until we get the check or the letter of confirmation, but it looks promising. Let's put it that way.
So I still feel like the company. It's not a hell of a time.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I think for our Director of Finance Treasurer, myself, and you know, Ms. Blanchard, who has been supporting, and all the finance staff, we absolutely understand that we need to get our finance picture in detail, tidied up, and be able to have these conversations with council in a little bit more detail. What I am comforted by is we have two financial experts who are saying to us, we have healthy reserves. I think to the counselor's question about in each reserve, that's what we need to get more granular. And it is priority for us in this year.
Ms. McQuicken, did you want to add something?
Through the chair, just to help our director, just for council to a reminder that the Olympia came out of the arena reserve. There was also a skating harness.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I think to your point, if you can leave it with our, I think what we're hearing is funded from reserves, and will allow Mr. Drinkwalter to have some time to determine you know, where best to place it. Thank you.
So we can go to the next slide. So this is a continuation of the proposed amendments. And we can go through each one. So the first one is to remove 20,000 from environmental services operating budget for the organics program. The next is to remove 19,500 from the capital budget for Molochs in environmental services. The third is to remove 150,000 from the capital budget for bulldozer and environmental services. Number 4 is to remove 70,000 from the capital budget for the pickup truck and environmental services. Number 5, to remove 120,000 from the capital budget for the pickup truck and public works. And number 6 is to remove the fire department capital project, which is 19,775 for a shed, a storage shed. And the last one, number 7, is to remove 80,000 from the roads operating budget for additional roads labor.
I want to talk through you, Mr. Mayor. Staff met yesterday to review the council proposed amendments, and you know, we would like the opportunity to perhaps provide a little bit more information on the Molochs is one. I think the proposal for an additional staff member and an additional truck got very conflated with some changes potentially in environmental services. The fact that there is another truck that is not an additional, it's a replacement. And I think we would just like the opportunity to clarify. Ms. Kosh put more information together around the Molochs, for instance, more information around the bulldozer, which is a replacement for the backhoe. I always get the backhoe and the excavator mixed up. So if council is amenable, I think to have Mr. Timmons and Ms. Kosh come up and maybe provide a little bit more information, we'd appreciate that opportunity.
I think that's wise ideas.
Perhaps I might suggest, just start with the Molochs and what that program is all about. And then you can come up, Mr. Timmons. And then the bulldozer, and then I think we really need to break down the others related to the vehicles.
When you're ready.
Through the chair. So the organics program would help save space in the landfill. There's studies that show 30 to 40% of household waste is comprised of organic material. So having a program would allow us to divert that material from the landfill and make use of a successful organic program. So the recommendation is to install 3 Mullocks at the the new Scotch Line transfer station. And we would monitor that program for any possible expansion should it be warranted. But we feel that the 3 Mullocks would be a good starting point for the anticipated quantities of organic material that we would receive.
So the 30 to 40% that people have studied. Obviously, you have to have compliance for people to do that. What are people finding in other jurisdictions? Are they getting good compliance with these?
So through the chair, in my experience, you can implement compliance in a waste bylaw where it's similar to our blue box recycling, where you can say only 20% of organic material is allowed in your garbage bag because we do have a program in place. Otherwise, that bag is refused and they're asked to sort it. So there are opportunities to enforce these programs so that they are well utilized. And I would like to just further add as well that these Mullocks have bear-proof lids so that the animals cannot get into them.
Councilor McKelvey.
I found that the capital budget sheets that we got in this package really helped explain a lot more. So, and the organics program is certainly something I would support. I'm just not there this year. That's just me. We've got a lot happening up there. We've got a new transfer station going in. I'm just not convinced in my mind that we want to add any more to this. I'm not saying I'm not in favor of an organics program. I just think I personally would like to wait until next year to add this.
Questions, comments? Councilor Sani.
Thank you for that report. And I understand that this will then save us these recommendations, the long term of our landfill. Do you have a guesstimate about how much longer that we will be, if we put these 2 things into place, how much longer we would have on the landfill?
So through the chair, it is definitely just an estimate. So to give council a little bit of a perspective, when we started implementing the garbage bag limits with the waste card, not saying that this is the primary reason behind it, but we have saved 2 years of landfill space since I've started. So I anticipate that we could be saving anywhere between 5 to 10 years of landfill space over time, but we would just have to monitor the program. But 30 to 40% of organics, and if that's removed from household garbage, which ultimately goes to the landfill, then we will be saving a tremendous amount of space in our landfill.
I think also that there's a demand from the public, but certainly from a certain segment of the public, to a fairly large segment, that wants to see this type of environmental leadership play. So I fully support it, and I think the sooner we can get started with this, the better it will be. Councilor McKelvey.
Were we planning to put these in when the transfer station opens? I'm just wondering if there's a half cost this year, half cost next year. We're not going to actually implement it, the haulage. $20,000 might not actually get 26.
So through the chair, that is correct, especially with the frost in the ground. We would have to wait for the transfer station to be operational, and then we would have these installed. So there is a possibility that these would be installed halfway through 2026.
That's the same.
And I would think that every year we put this off, the cost of the Molochs or whatever we're doing is going to go up. So to do it sooner would probably be more reasonable to save them a landfill and to keep the cost lower initially.
Through the chair, that is generally how it works. Costs are going up annually. So I did receive this cost in mid 2025 in preparation for the 2026 budget.
Susan?
Part time with this. So, see the blasting up there now, and is that included in the price, or is that gonna be an extra coming up on maybe soon too? Like it just keeps coming and coming out.
So through the chair, the blasting was a provisional item that was included in the budget and included in the proposal from the successful contractor.
Questions? Go ahead. Sorry, just to recap. We go through everything. and voting.
Again, through the chair, it's up to council. I guess from a staff thought, we anticipated you may want to go through all of the amendments and understand them in order to then go back and determine which ones you want to support or not.
No, that makes sense.
Okay.
Because some of them are interrelated also. So. All right. Next.
Sorry, I'm having computer issues and share. Yeah, moving on to the dozer, the plan. So what we're finding with the excavator is an efficiency issue with particular tasks, anything that involves pushing, anything that involves spreading of material is difficult to do with an excavator. Not impossible. We've obviously been doing it. We're making it work, but it's incredibly time consuming. It's hard on the equipment, and it's a process that really, if you look at our C&D pile as a good example, on the Monday after a weekend, it's way out. It's 100 feet out from pile. Monday morning, Tuesday morning, whatever it might be, we have a C&D pickup and we have to get an operator in there. Usually a couple hours to pull that material back. We're talking 3 or 4 times handling this. With an excavator, all you can do, pull it towards you, move back, pull it towards you a little bit more, move back, maybe throw it behind you. But it's very time consuming and multiple handling of everything that's laid out there. We also have similar efficiencies with the burying and spreading of garbage. A dozer would make extremely quick work of that, whereas a excavator is not a very efficient piece of work or a piece of equipment. Further to that, a dozer is designed to track back and forth, reverse, or its transmission's built for that. That's what it does. It doesn't wear out. I mean, obviously everything wears out, but not the same way. The undercarriage in an excavator wears out by tracking all over a landfill constantly. That's not what it's designed to do. It's a bit of a jack of all trades for it. It's a workhorse. It gets a lot of stuff done, but it's not efficient whatsoever. Pushing large quantities, waste materials, spreading thin. This is another thing that is very difficult to do with an excavator. If we're going to put cover material down, you can take a dozer and you can blade that off to, you want 3-4 inches of cover. You can achieve that with a dozer and a skilled operator. Very difficult to do with an excavator. So improving waste spreading reduces time to the operators, and those are really the main items that we're trying to achieve here. That'll free up our workers to do other tasks, free up our landfill staff, and give us a better opportunity to get these things done and move on to other items. It really is an efficiency thing. We will run into cost issues. We have seen cost issues with the undercarriage on that excavator already in the past. And we're looking to reduce that, extend the life of this equipment. That excavator will remain our, big ticket item in that landfill. We'd like to extend that life. We'd like to make sure that machine has the support it needs to do all the tasks that are required efficiently and safely, of course. There's also a bit of a safety aspect to pushing rather than pulling when you get into waste material. You start grabbing stuff, rebar is a great example. You never know what might be, stuck in the swing, and now this is moving around. So a little bit safer, especially if we're working around other equipment, other contractors, potentially even the public. So there's a number of aspects that would come into this that play into why we're pushing for this.
So you're going to be replacing a backhoe with this piece of equipment. Obviously, they do different jobs. So the job that the backhoe does, what is it that it does that, and how are you going to replace that functionality if you have a dozer instead?
Currently, the backhoe we have, for lack of a better term, is a paperweight. It is not a useful piece of equipment. It was a hand-me-down from Rhodes at a time and has never been particularly useful for the landfill staff. When we do use it in a pinch, when the excavator's down, we have had to use it. It can push, it can do a lot of the stuff. It has rubber tires. So as soon as you pick up a nail, your machine's down again. It would be, let's put it this way. If it was a nice functional machine in good shape, it would be able to do some of this work we are recommending the dozer would take over, but you would still have issues. Rubber tires is a big issue in a landfill. Its ability to push is better than an excavator, but not as good as a dozer. It has a digging bucket on the front, but we already have that in our excavator, right? So a backhoe is a very versatile piece of machinery, but we're recommending something more specific rather than multi-use type of piece of equipment.
Question here. Okay, Councillor Ingram.
The chair, what size of dozer are you pricing?
Through the chair, we'd be looking at probably 5.
How heavy is that?
I don't have that off the top of my head, but
Because there's no point in getting a dozer that can compact properly.
through the chair, there will definitely be some compactability when you track. Now, that's not the primary task of a dozer. Even heavy machines in a bulldozer are, of course, it's going to compact. It's a few thousand tons or a couple thousand tons. But it's not it's not the primary concern. If we want to look into compaction, we have there is a compactor machine that we could put a blade on, but far more expensive. Dozers are designed to not dig into the ground, right? If you're running a dozer and you're building a road, you don't want a bunch of ruts, right? So they're designed, garbage, absolutely, you're going to compact that. It's going to squish right down. But you're not going to get the compaction that you would from a proper compaction. So it's important, but again, it's not maybe the primary goal.
Seems to me, if you're gonna buy a dozer, you would get one that would compact as required by the C of A with the proper weight. This is like getting a backhoe. You're not compacting with a backhoe. How are you going to compact this stuff? Like the ministry calls for compaction on this stuff. That dozer won't compact. And that's what it calls for, compaction.
I mean, I disagree. A dozer will compact garbage.
I didn't say it won't. I'm saying the size won't.
But just quickly, from Caterpillar, it's 42,000 pounds.
Low or what size?
21 tons.
Mhm.
So through the chair, if I can just add, so we had recommended and brought forward a proposal for a compactor, but given the cost, as Mr. Timmons alluded to, this was a compromise to replace the current 2010 backhoe that isn't a useful piece of equipment in the landfill and move to a bulldozer, which will still help substantially with the efficiencies of landfilling operations. So the other thing that I wanted to just make reference with the bulldozer is that it does have a wide, low profile design that is much better with keeping their center of gravity. And we all know at Scotch Line, there's lots of different elevations and terrain. So it's a much safer piece of equipment for our operator to be in when landfilling.
My question was going to be, was the dozer something that is used every day? And just, I'll tell you why I'm asking is because I know years ago, we used to contract out actually to have somebody come in with a bulldozer. So I'm just wondering if it's something that you plan on using every day, or is it wise to, if it's, once a week to rent somebody or contract somebody to come in?
So through the chair, it is very likely that it'll be used daily. If not daily, it'll be 5 or 6 days a week, especially during the summer peak period. Just over Christmas, for example, we had all 3 garbage bins fill up in 2 days. So that was 3 garbage bins just at Scotch Line that needed to be emptied and compacted. And then the bulldozer will also be used for pushing back the brush pile, the leaf and yard waste pile, and the C&D. So we do get a substantial amount of C&D, and then that needs to be pushed back regularly to keep on top of it.
Will the house, will the backhoe go somewhere else? Like, will it go to a new job? And how many people do you have that are qualified to run the bulldozers?
Through the chair, the backhoe will be recommended for surplus. It's of no value to us. Operator wise, we do have some in-house staff that have dozer experience, and we would do some training for any additional staff. There's no in Ontario, there's no license per se for equipment. It's training and competency. We have a number of workers. We would do some training additionally, like we would with any other piece of equipment that we brought into the fleet. And we would expect our current staff to certainly be able to handle it. Toby?
Couple questions. When you say we have qualified staff, is that in your roads department or at?
Through the chair,
Please.
currently our experienced operators in roads department.
I'm not really fond of bringing road staff into the landfill to work because you're struggling to keep up with it.
Through the chair, I agree. However, my point is having some good mentorship on the team could assist with some training, get these guys up and running and get them going. That's how I would utilize my road staff with the experience. Some senior guys that have ran the equipment can help train, put them in a course, and we have some field staff available that can help. I have experience on a dozer. I have no doubt we can train some staff.
My other question is, so will the excavator still be used for compaction as well then?
So through the chair, the excavator will be used for loading trucks with the tires or the C&D, squishing, recycling if it overflows before we can get a pickup in. Sorry, I'm just trying to think of its other uses. So, but those are the 3 primary uses: is filling trucks, which the bulldozer can't do. So it would work well in conjunction with the bulldozer for all landfilling operations.
So the other question I have then, is this going to require additional staff eventually to be able to do this? Or is the existing staff complement that we anticipate going to do it?
So through the chair, the existing staff complement can do all of the operations that are needed utilizing the equipment. And I would just like to add as well that the waste facilities lead hand also has lots of experience with different types of equipment.
Thanks, I know I have another question. I'll come back.
All right, any other questions? All right, we'll come back to council. I went right around the room.
Okay. Again, good to see these sheets that came out to give us far more information. But this one in particular says we're going to buy a used bulldozer. That was new information. So do we have one that we know? Well,
Through the chair, I don't have one specifically, but having done some research in preparation, the price we've kind of put down is something where we feel comfortable that there's a range of equipment in the used category that we'd be able to.
and how old a bulldozer are we gonna buy for that kind of money, do you think?
Again, I don't want to get into specifics with this type of equipment. You are probably more concerned about working hours rather than age of the equipment.
True.
So with I'd be looking at something, you're going to see a mid-range. It's going to be something obviously used, but with that type of equipment, 8,000 to 10,000 hours is usually end of life. So I would hopefully be finding something in, half of that to get the lifespan out.
Any other questions? Okay, let's move on to pickup truck.
So the proposal before council is to replace the existing 3/4 ton 2017 pickup truck that is utilized by the waste facilities lead hand because it is at the end of its useful life. And in the budget paper, you will see the justification that both pickup trucks in waste management, one utilized by myself and the other utilized by the waste facilities lead hand, are used on a daily basis. Some of the tasks are used in conjunction and support each other, so there is some duplication, and that's just to ensure that we have efficiencies in our operations and getting the sites any supplies or repairs that they may need.
Questions? Councilor McKelvey.
But this vehicle still won't be used to plow the landfill sites.
Through the chair, that is staff's recommendation is that the plowing not be completed by the waste facilities lead hand because it is extremely time consuming with the plowing itself as well as the drive time, and it takes away from the critical landfilling operations and overseeing some of the operational tasks of that job.
See,
And just, Ms. Kosh, if you can clarify with that recommendation, it is a smaller vehicle than what is being replaced.
Through the chair, that is correct. So as stated in the budget paper report, that with the the plowing operations not being fulfilled by the waste facilities lead hand, we would only need a 1/2 ton pickup truck as opposed to a 3/4 ton.
Councilor McKelvey.
Well, I just want to mention to council, we just paid to have the truck at the landfill. I don't know if certified is the right word. We have to have them annual inspection, sorry. So like we just paid almost $3,000 to have an annual inspection on that truck, I believe. It was the F-250, so I assume it's.
Through the chair, that is correct. So the vehicle is currently a CBOR vehicle because of the weight with the sander in the back and the plowing. There was also some necessary repairs, so that cost is not just to do the annual safety, but that was the repairs that were needed in order for it to comply with the annual safety requirements.
Any other questions on the pickup truck? Great, let's move on. Correct.
And Mr. Timmons, you might do 5 and 7.
So again, this is one that I'm not sure wants have again this education. As I said, there are a number of issues getting roads open along the highway. Having a small, having some smaller road while our second pickup truck is able to. Fine. One thing that, all over the place with the flaggers. For significant weather events, I can tell you, our our manager was in a pickup truck plowing, our lead hand was in a tandem plowing, and myself was out doing the patrol. So that's what we run into when things get busy. We have breakdowns. Somebody has to be available to help. You know, you need to run parts out. Somebody needs some tools, somebody needs some equipment, somebody needs some assistance. We don't have anybody to do that, and the director comes out and do that. I don't have a problem doing that, but it is, you know, an efficiency issue for sure with our operation. So that's the main issue. Adding that, number 7 is the worker to go along with that. That would be a laborer, like I mentioned. The intention would be to have an independent route for that second truck and that laborer. One truck will focus on roads, one truck can focus on non-MMS related items, which are municipal properties, some hand shoveling and the stuff that goes along with that. So those are the major points on the a bit of a recap on that.
If I can just add to help provide some background information. So it's about 84 kilometers just to get to the 4 waste disposal sites. And as I mentioned previously, it takes approximately 5 hours to plow those 4 sites. And that's just with a regular snow. If we get heavy snow or a wet snow, it can take a lot longer to get it plowed and sanded. So that alone right there is almost 1 working shift for 1 individual.
Councilor Sini first.
Yeah, I gotta say, I appreciate, this is an area where we probably get a lot of calls on in terms of roads and delays and getting things done. And I think if our staff is stretched to the point that we can't answer those calls as quickly as we'd like to, and to deal with those potholes and things, that this is a primary service that we do. Everybody knows roads are the most critical point in a municipality. And if we need to support our staff, so we're not stressing out, trying to balance and juggling, I think this is a really important area that we need to support. And I might just add, if I may, I like the way that our departments are working together with resources to make things as much efficiency as they can between skills and the equipment. So I think this is just saving us a lot of money that we don't see because of the efficiency of how the departments are working together. Thank you.
Councilor Sisson.
Yeah, I have a hard time understanding what happened here because the previous worker at the landfill done this for years and had no problem doing it. And all of a sudden you don't have time to do it. So can you tell me what the difference is?
So through the chair, I can only speak during my time here. I started in August of 2023. So during my time here, that position did fulfill these tasks, but the other tasks were not getting done that needed to get done. And that being emptying garbage, or compacting, recycling, or pushing back C&D. So we had unnecessary hazards on the site because they were off doing other tasks. And it also generated overtime with them having to come in on weekends to fulfill the landfilling duties that they weren't able to complete due to snow removal.
What's the growth in the landfill usage? Like, from year to year? I mean, we have like some statistics or knowledge on that.
So through the chair, we do have those statistics, and I will be bringing forward my annual waste and recycling summary sheet to council or report to council. But we have seen a significant increase in vehicles at our sites. It used to be on occasion, we'd hit 600, 630 vehicles at Scotch Line during the summer. And we were now seeing anywhere between 600 and 650 consistently during the summer. So we are seeing a lot of increased traffic at our sites as well as the materials. Our recycling has increased by almost 40%.
That's McKelvey.
Well, one of the things I've struggled with is not giving roads what they want, because it is the most important operation, in my opinion. And when you look at the wages and benefit costs of the municipality, it was staggering to me that roads is the third highest, and that's not, in my opinion, how it should be. But I did wonder, and I see in our benefit costs, like the benefits are going through the roof here. So I'm wondering if we would be better to consider a 6-month seasonal in the summer to at least help you. So you have 2 laborers for your culvert potholes or whatever it might be. And then I had put forth an amendment suggestion that we put a plow and a sander on the Mead Hands truck. Now, there's always going to be one-offs where he gets thrown in a truck but on the regular day-to-day, he could be out there doing some of these plowing operations. I still struggle with the landfill site stuff not being able to do the plowing. Especially if they're not as busy in the winter, and that's when the plowing's going to happen. So yes, you might have 650 during the summer per day at the Scotch Line. That is the seasonal fluctuation that we have. So I'm just trying to figure out a happy medium here. If we went with another seasonal labor for 6 months, May to October's roughly $30,000.
So through the chair, if I can just clarify. So yes, I referenced our peak seasonal period of 650, but that doesn't mean that our off-peak period in the winter months is not busy. So we're still around 350 vehicles at Scotch Line. So I just wanted to clarify that point.
I'm just sitting back listening to council's questions. Ms. Kosh, in your time here, though, we had a contracted service at one point, and we brought everything in-house. And so can you speak to that full-time employee? Like, I appreciate where council's coming from, that, 2 years ago, there may have been a way of operating that's very different than today.
So through the chair, to that point, when we had the contracted service in-house, we were not responsible for the general oversight of the staff. So the contractor, it was the responsibility of the manager to communicate with the contractor if there were any issues, and then they would deal with their staff. So there was less interaction with the staff and directing their work for the operations. It had to be done in a roundabout way.
So you have some question.
Thank you. My concern and everybody else's concern is the safety of our roads and all year round. But in the winter, the last 2 years, it seems to be quite a challenge with the amount of snow. At the present time, I'm getting a lot of comments, and I'm sure everybody else is, regarding the snow removal, the timing of it. At our present time, do we have the workers and the equipment to do the cleanup? Because just yesterday I had someone say that it's not getting done the way it should. And I'm sorry you guys are in the hot seat. I apologize for that, but and I do. But I'm just wondering, it seems to be a struggle, or the public is seeing it as a struggle, and maybe some of us as well. I mean, I know even a somebody at their own home is struggling to get the snow out of their driveway. But the safety comes first. Our sidewalks, I know we had the ice storm and I mean, there's a nonprofit group that is wanting to help you. And I'm sure you haven't heard this yet, but because of their concerns on the sidewalks. I just want to I want the public to understand, as well as us, that we have what we need, or this added material or equipment is why you need it to move on.
Yeah, thanks, Counselor. So last year was the first year in my time here that I really felt like we were struggling a little bit more. You know, a lot of snow last year compared to the previous couple seasons. The year before that was a lot of sanding. Not as much snow, it's a lot more sanding. Last year was the first year that I really felt we were a little bit exposed in being a little bit understaffed. I'm hoping that this proposal will help that. I really can't overstress the time and safety, to your point, of clearing out every road along Highway 35. There are a lot of roads, and that's a lot of work to get those up and running or opened up. So that would be incredibly a big time saver for that. And I think it would help in our ability to provide the service that we would like to meet. With that being said, I did want to jump back. We didn't quite cover all of Councilor Kelly's comments, just regarding putting the plow and truck. I think you would struggle. Well, I know you would struggle. It's a half-ton pickup. You wouldn't be able to put a sander and a plow on it for weight restriction. And even plowing with a half-ton, while certainly possible, it's not really a big enough truck for, it's not heavy enough we would be wanting to do. So that would be a bit of an issue, I would think, there. And then just another, just to close the loop on your comment about the seasonal labor. Of course, if that's the route we take to get some extra help, of course, I'm happy for that. I would just point out we have a 8-month seasonal labor currently, so maybe there's a solution there to extend that and make that just a full-time permanent job. We already have a seasonal for 8 months. Talking about, that might just be a way to just do cleaner, just as a sign on it.
I think also we are experiencing climate change. And, if you've been reading the weather reports over the last few days, even Environment Canada has been saying things that maybe drizzle, maybe snow, maybe, this hovering at around 0 degrees, the potential for the ice storm of 2 weeks ago. We got lucky because we stayed at about half a degree, which meant it was rain as opposed to ice coming down. I just look at the hours I personally put on my tractor on my driveway, and last year and this year I seem to be out there on a much more regular basis than I was before, and this with a changing amount of not changing amount, a changing type of material, whether in moving ice or wet snow or whatever. So, all of these are playing a factor in us trying to keep these roads safe and keeping them clear. I know yesterday I had to come back here from Peterborough, and every road I was on, it was something different. And fortunately, I was thinking to myself, who could I yell at? But I realized some of it's county, some of it's town, some of it's provincial highway, and it's a real mess of trying to figure out, who's responsible. So, Councillor Sandy first.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I just want to say that I think to hire part-time staff to avoid paying benefits is a really bad way to go. I think we need to look at hiring, full-time with benefits. Yeah, it costs us a little bit more, but the real issues we'll be talking about maybe next week because of the province changes and what that's going to cost us as a municipality regarding benefits, and the changes to OMERS are really a threat right now across Ontario. So what we're doing to support our local workers here is such minute issue compared to what's going forward now with some present OMERS changes, and how that's going to affect our municipal budgets. So I'd rather see us focus there in terms of our arguments as opposed to trying to, shortchange, use the word shortchange by just having part-time workers as opposed to full-time workers. I think it brings continuity when we have full-time. There's more incentive for learning. And I think it just creates a stronger organization. So I'm in favor of this being a full-time position myself. And I have one other comment, but I'll wait for that. Thank you.
Somebody over here. Question over on the side of the left. Okay. Any other questions on this? Mr. Sandy?
Not a question, but I just have to say I'm envious of all the public roads on the Highway 35 because I own the road that serves our neighborhood and I have to remove the snow from the road from Highway 35 pushing. So I'm just got to put that out there, and anyone who goes by and moves a big ice chunk, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, we. The last one was
Yeah, I think, Mr. Mayor, I think the last one is pretty self-explanatory. There was a plan for a shed and the council amendments to remove that from the budget. So I think we're at the slide where there's additions. Mr. Drew, sorry.
Mr. Sandy.
Yeah, can we get clarification on the urgency of the shed or why it's needed if it's being withdrawn at this year?
Through the chair to Councillor Saney, there is no urgency involved with the construction of the shed. It's simply a matter of cleaning up around the fire hall, cleaning up the grounds around the fire hall, and then the shed itself could be used as a prop for training, but there's no urgency involved.
Thank you.
Thank you, through the chair. So if we can go to the next slide. These are additions that were proposed via council proposed amendments. So the first one is adding 27,000, which I believe we discussed for the purchase of the plow and sander. The next is this was a big change, sidewalk improvements plus the crosswalk. So we moved 500,000 out of capital, which I believe was being funded by surplus, and added 30,000 to the tax levy to prepare documentation to be ready to get this project ready. And the next one is the addition of $50,000 to the capital levy towards the Lachlan Hall construction, with the balance of the 650 to be funded by debt. So originally we had 700,000 to be funded by debt, so we're pulling 50,000 out to be funded by capital. And lastly, on this slide, we have a $50,000 capital levy towards the old fire hall project being added.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't know that we needed to speak to any of these. I think these were council's recommendations of amendments. I think if council has any questions of each other.
Councilor McKelvin.
I wouldn't mind kind of talking about the sidewalk improvements and the crosswalk, and like, I really want to see us get some engineering work done and be grant ready. I'm not even sure 500,000 is going to do this. So this is a huge expense, but I don't know what work we've already done. As far as researching and so maybe that would help me understand. But my thought was we just need to get grant ready. And if we had money in the budget to hire an engineer and get some plans drawn up and that sort of.
Through the chair, the $500,000 is a combination of the sidewalks and the crosswalk. First of all, I agree, getting grant ready would be fantastic. It's certainly a challenge for us with some of the timelines that come with the grants, so that's a fantastic idea. As for the total amount, what I would propose is getting a firm, maybe not a firm price, but an updated cost estimate, get the design done, get an idea of what the crosswalk will cost. And then the remainder of that fund can be used for the sidewalks. The sidewalks would be more, there's more lenience there to do a section or not do a section when it comes to sidewalks, right? So we have the money in the budget. I would allocate, I'd get the crosswalk firmed up, get a good idea on the pricing there. The leftover funds I would have get to do the sidewalks. That being said, we priced this to do everything that we anticipate doing. Of course, that's just an estimate and a snapshot in time. Let's see when we actually go out to work. That's my copy.
Crosswalk, what kind of a crosswalk are you talking? Like, are we talking about something like on 21 going to Halbert where Halbium comes down? They added a crosswalk there when you push a button and lights come on. Is that what we're?
Yeah, through the chair. Essentially, legally, that's the lowest bar of a crosswalk. Lit up, proper markings, all that stuff. Like the courtesy crosswalk we have currently
Yeah,
is
just courtesy.
yeah, and that certainly don't recommend doing something like that, right? So legally, a crosswalk, there's a type 1 and type 2. We would go for the lesser of the two, but it is still lights, push button, lights up and signage at prescribed distances, and so it would be a proper lit up crosswalk.
And how many parking spots does it take up?
That I would prefer to have get a design and come back.
I think it's
Absolutely right. There'll be a couple for sure on either side. There is a buffer zone.
Yeah.
That being said, again, not to get into too much, but there have been conversations in the back where we could make up some parking spaces as well downtown core, which is something that we would bring. I would recommend bringing at the same time as one sort of proposal. Susie?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, this is a big challenge for our downtown, a really important issue for us in Minden. And I have seen small towns like ours change our downtowns by creating it so they're wheelchair accessible and very accessible for other needs as well. Bicycle carts and all sorts of things. And we have some stores that you can't get into unless you can go up some irregular stairs. But I have seen how small towns like ours have transformed the sidewalks. So you have ramps at each end, maybe in the middle, some stairs, drinking fountains, waste cans, all part of the design. My concern is if we just go ahead with fixing what we have, we're not really planning for the future. I think our money is better spent if we have a really good design that we're asking for here, that gives that wheelchair accessibility, that shows us the drinking fountains and shows us where the trash cans are and not could fill up with snow in the winter. If we could do that whole design from there, then I'd be 101% on board with this. But I'm just concerned of what we're going to do and how we do need some changes right away because, we can't keep putting asphalt into cracks in concrete that, because chairs are getting stuck in that. That needs to be a quick item fixed. But I would really like to see this done right for the long term. And I'm speaking right now as people are probably imagining one side of our bridge, but we have two sides to the bridge. And so we need to really continue that same theme and how we work that. So I do think we need before we put a lot of money into fixing, we need to get that long-term plan with the community. And hopefully the community consultation will have some ideas for that. So I'm not sure what that means for this budget. Need some clarification from the staff if we tried to do that. That's how I'm looking at it. Thank you.
Through the chair to the counselor, what we have looked at here, price wise, and the sort of proposal that is up here so far, is in terms of sidewalks, is primarily accessibility. Absolutely fixing the big cracks, that is on the list as well. But getting those ramps, getting the 90-degree curbs down to proper ramps with the tactile plates for the vision impaired, that would be the goal. So getting to a more accessible, and you're absolutely right, I'm up to the arena and back. We have people that you see them all the time in mobility scooters and other, other pieces of personal transportation that struggle, and we hear it all the time. So that would be the goal. Accessibility, cleaning up obviously the worst parts. It would not be a wholesale replacement of one end to the next of all the concrete. It would be picking our worst, remove, replace, and accessible.
I think the idea of, I don't want to say gradual improvement, but we're in it's pretty much in a derelict state right now. And if we have all these initiatives to help the downtown and so on, yes, I would like to make it perfect, but whether we can afford perfect, or if we have to keep delaying this, we're not helping everybody who's trying to improve the downtown. So the idea was this project was discussed last year, and the idea was to start working on it this year. And so I'm in favor of getting us to work on this. Obviously, if there are grants that are available, we will be applying for any of those grants, but we can't count on somebody from on high to come and rain money down upon us. We have to be able to get things done. So I would support us moving forward on this. Any other questions on that? So then sorry.
Mr. Mayor, there were 4 amendments presented yesterday that we didn't have an opportunity to put in the overall presentation, but we can project them
Okay.
and
We're
discuss.
still on this.
Oh, I thought,
No.
apologies.
No. So that gets us to through 1 and 2. Number 3, I had some issues with this last time, and I don't understand it. And what the 50,000, give or take, is 0.5% of taxes. So the idea of adding 0.5% to everybody's tax rate this year, the changes of having a $700,000 borrowing and a $650,000 borrowing is a little over $4,000 a year for the next 15 years. So I'm not really certain why we would want to add 0.5% to people's taxes this year, as opposed to just having $4,000 in, for the next 15 years, which is virtually unnoticeable. There was a point made that, we did it for the arena. Well, for the arena, we in fact didn't take a large number. We took what we estimated our borrowing was going to be, which was, it was going to be around $600,000 a year. And we added to the budget for, I think, 3 years or 3 years ahead, an amount equal to the borrowing. So, the borrowing on this project is kind of less than the $50,000. So I'm not, I just cannot accept adding 0.5% to everybody's taxes this year for that, especially since it's about a $4,000 difference over the upcoming years. So it doesn't make sense to me. That's my point.
The only way I see the difference in that, Mayor, is that once you put that in for this year or any year, it's then built into the levy for ongoing years. So it just, that's like we did with the arena, and we keep coming back to that, but it's already built in. So next year, that 50,000 is already built into the levy that would go towards the payment, the debt of the building, correct?
Right, which is less than 50,000 in the total payment. And I just don't see why we're charging, all the taxpayers of Minden Hills 0.5% this year to pay for a regional, in this case, in particular, a regional hall that's for a small section of our community. So it's just, why put in that money this year as opposed to, approximately $4,000 over the next 15.
If I may, I think there are people in this community who would have the same argument with you regarding the arena who say they never use it.
No, that's unfortunate. Can't change.
No, I'm just, yeah, I understand you can't change it, but I mean, that is, I think you're gonna have that argument no matter what type of building or where it's going, which region, which ward. I don't think it's going to matter, but yeah.
Councilor Sammy.
Thank you. I plan on using all the arenas and buildings wherever they are in Minden Hills, and probably Halliburton for that matter. And I would hope that other people see this as something that's going to be accessible, and events are happening there for the whole municipality and the county as well. And some of those might even be paid events, so we will get into that line of our bookkeeping later, hopefully when it's done. But I wanted to just to clarify, and maybe through our previous treasurer, because you assisted us in going through that arena and financing and how we did that. What would be your best recommendation for us? And you think in terms of how we handle this, would it be doing some of this now and later, or putting this all into the later in the loan?
So if I could just orient that question, say that I think part of the previous discussion was about the reason for adding this and the next one into the budget as a tax. Part of coming from taxation levy was also to get that amount of capital in general, because we had in the first budget round, we had actually lowered overall for all projects what we had been going to the taxpayer for. So I think part of that conversation was keeping us at that level. And so this and the next $50,000 was part of that, I think, solution. So I guess that's all part of the answer is, where as a strategy, where you want to be at in terms of how much you're going to the taxpayer for consistent from each year, which I think is also part of, the 1.5% that you're also trying to get into reserves each year, is trying to come up with some kind of overall strategy at a capital level. And I think there's probably a little work to do with that in terms of the asset plan. We've got some pretty significant fleet items that you're going to have to purchase over the next number of years. So I think that we need to take a look at that over the long term, try to come up with some kind of consistent strategy to ultimately the venture. And because at the end of the day, it's the same pot, it's the same ratepayer, because the $50,000, whether you go to them now or over time, they're going to pay for it. The difference being is that people, some will argue that it's the future people that are using the asset that should be paying for it. So that is often the thought process in terms of going into a, a 20 or 10 or 15, 30-year venture, is that it's those folks that are going to have the advantage of that particular asset. So, so as opposed to in the immediate, which is in the 2026, you go to a different group of ratepayers for the $50,000. So that's all. I know I'm dancing around it, but that is the kind of the philosophy of deciding where you want to be. There's a lot of pieces to this in deciding, whether you're going to, as Councillor Shell has mentioned, and I think it also goes back to the previous discussion, it's about always having this built into your budget. So that you will relate, and that is going to get really hard to figure out. Well, and let's face it, things aren't getting any cheaper. Since COVID, it's astounding, what it now costs to replace a vehicle, whether it's us or whether it's at a personal. So, but in the day, still the same taxpayer. The future ones are the different ones.
Councilman Cody.
So we're building the Laughlin Hall this year.
6.
This says that we are in 26 now.
Yeah.
So we're building the Laughlin Hall this year. It only seems appropriate that we put $50,000 in towards the capital cost of that building that we're building this year. Then that $50,000 is going to pay the debenture payment after that. I mean, I don't want a debenture that's over 40 years or anything. I want to have $50,000 towards the debenture so that this place is paid off in a shorter period of time.
I think we're looking at 15 years.
Okay, so that's going to be close to the $50,000. Are we agreeing on that?
I just don't, I just don't want to put everybody's taxes up 0.5% this year. And, as Ms. Blanchard just said, it really comes down to, who should be paying for it. Obviously, the people, who are going to use the building are future people, if you will.
Well, they might be this year.
Well, at some point this year, yes. So.
And Ms. Blanchard did point out that part of this discussion at the last meeting was that the capital projects that were presented to us had a levy that was almost $180,000 less for a capital taxation levy than what last year's. We sat here during meetings about asset management and the tremendous drain it's going to be on the taxpayers going forward. And there's, but we've already set it back $180,000. I mean, we were told in our asset management plan, keep it what it is, plus, plus, plus. We've gone backwards. So that was definitely part of my rationale that we need to put some more back into, like capital and operating should be separate discussions, and in my opinion. But from a capital standpoint, we need to at least get that back to what last year's level. That was my attempt to do it. 50,000 for Laughlin Hall. I don't know, the thing just disappeared on the screen. What the other? Oh yes, the fire hall, the old fire hall that everybody in this community is begging us to do something. I don't know what the 50,000 is going to do, but at least it'll get us talking. Hopefully.
Okay.
I don't know.
Any other questions on this? Councilor Ingram?
Just back to question or number 2 real quick. We didn't discuss the plans the Legion has for a crosswalk. How would that play into that?
Through Mr. Mayor, staff will be working with the Legion on location and ensuring that they're two very, very separate things.
Will affect the cost, I would think, because theirs is free, correct?
Yeah, it's more of an application on
Mhm.
the ground as
Yeah.
opposed to,
So it will be part of one of the two crosswalks then, or it will be a third crosswalk? Like this is what I'm trying to find out here.
well, there are a number of locations that we could put either crosswalk
Okay.
into. So, yeah, absolutely, there will be
Okay.
consideration and involvement.
Okay, thank you.
We have more to consider. I suggest we take a break till 10:55. Thanks, Ivy. All right, welcome back. In the interim, we were handed another document. Madam CAO, do you want to explain?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, and we'll put it up on the screen. Yesterday we received a few additional amendments that we hadn't included in the package that went out. So I've just handed council members an additional slide and it's up on the screen.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is the bottom one that council amends the 2026 budget to add the accessibility buttons project at the arena with funding from an accessibility grant. Do we have the accessibility grant, or is that meaning that we're going to apply for one? Because I think they need to be done even if we don't get a grant.
Through Mr. Mayor, the way I'm taking the amendment is apply for an accessibility grant.
My recommendation would be that we do this regardless.
Yes.
It's a big one, so.
And then again, you know, like there's no, you can't put in revenue grant that you don't have yet. Councilman Sam.
Totally in support that we need to do this sooner than later regardless, but absolutely putting in a grant. I also know that there are some small municipalities where people are skilled as councillors or mayors, and they actually do some of the grant proposal writing as well. Not that that wouldn't have to go through our staff and fine tune it, make sure we're not competing, but I do know that, you know, we have limited resources, and so, you know, there is some technical issues around writing grants for sure. We do have the county to support us too now, so this is good. But some way or somehow we've got to start getting more grants in, but totally this needs to be done with or without a grant.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Mayor, I think Councillor McKelvey may want to speak to this. I'm not sure. She just had her hand up. If council, you recall, we have an accessibility grant. One of the projects, this is from a few years ago, and we had recommended to council, we go ahead, once budget's approved, and tender out the replacement of the retaining wall and the ramp at the Library Cultural Center building. Following that, once we know what that amount of money is, the intention is Mr. Drinkwalter will contact our funding source, and we'd like to reprioritize other projects that were on the original list. I think that original budget goes back to 2018 or 19. So there is an opportunity for us to do the accessibility buttons if we can reprioritize that money. So that's one thought for council.
Councillor Sisson.
I believe Lockwood Hall was on there for a new grant and that, so did we move some of that money over? But I know Ironville's on it too, and I'm sure he's moved around there.
So that's exactly it. Councillor Sisson, is one of the projects that was on the original list will no longer be required, and can we reassign that money is what our treasurer will follow up.
Councillor McKelvey.
Well, my attempt here was to get this project in the budget. It wasn't in the original mayor budget. So the buttons do need to be replaced or implemented at the arena. I'm just hoping we can get some funding, but I'm more than willing to amend what I sent in. I just want the accessibility button project at the arena in the budget. Now, we can discuss here how we might try to fund that. I'm hoping some of that is going to be the accessibility group, but we need to fix these doorways that are not meeting code.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may, I think we're all on the same page. We see the urgency for this. We did apply for another grant, a different one, and we were unsuccessful. So the intention had been to go after a grant and get these done. But I think we all agree they're high priority.
Okay. Councilor McKelvey?
So just to go back to, like, are we still gonna talk about the other ones?
Go ahead.
Right, so the first one was the $20,000, because I don't believe we should be taking sale of capital and using it as operating funds. It should be placed back into the reserve to replace another vehicle that we're gonna be buying. So that was the rationale for my proposed change for the $20,000. The next two are county initiatives, and I would like, because I've followed it, I understand what this is, but not everybody understands what this is. It's never really come to this table. So we're adding in money that we're going to be paying to the county, and perhaps you as the mayor could explain some of these things that were included in the county's budget that are being passed on down to us. I mean, the county official plan, I'm ecstatic about, but
Yeah, well, the reason they weren't in the original budget here is because the county had determined what this number was going to be. This only came to us late in December. So the months all blend together. So the GIS was that they are adding some GIS resources. This one is a little bit up in the air at this point because Dysart feels that they already have their own GIS resource, so they don't want to pay. And then it really is up to us to decide whether how much of this we actually use, whether we need this or can we do it on our own. And then the official plan allocation was, this is money that is in the county budget to look at, you know, an idea of one official plan for the whole county. Whether or not that is going to happen or not is still up in the air. But well, I mean, they can work on it, but the municipalities don't agree, then we're not going to have an agreement on it. Each of the individual municipalities is going to have to agree to this. So that's where we're at. We may, but if somebody else doesn't, we don't have one plan. Councilor McKelvey?
so I thought this was part of the service delivery review, and we all voted in favor of that moving forward, but I mean,
So,
I don't want 5 official plans. I mean, this is like
So,
$150,000.
Nobody's arguing with you on that. It just really comes down to, I can't here say that we're gonna have one official plan for the county because one of the other municipalities may decide to opt out or not do that. So, I mean, there's not agreement. I don't think that perhaps all of the municipalities have agreed to look at it, but I don't think that they've agreed to it. See, Madam CAO, you were more involved in this.
yeah, so, Mr. Mayor, originally, I did not include these two items in the municipal budget. Councillor McKelvey is correct. The official plan notion is part of service delivery review, but we have not finished that review. The staff team that's working on it has not presented that back to the CAOs. And so without knowing that that's exactly where this is going, I originally had not included that in the budget with the intention that, to the mayor's point, reports would have to come to council before that would be, quote, approved. Same thing with the GIS resource. When it was presented to the CAOs, there were still lots of questions around what this notion of a GIS resource what's to be. Since our last meeting, I did receive from the county these costs, and if I understand from Ms. Blanchard and Mr. Drinkwalter, what is before you today includes these costs, these operating costs. I think to the mayor's point, the county has included these in their budget because they see them as potentials that might happen this year. So they're preparing for that. And they're suggesting that we prepare, but nothing has been officially decided from my standpoint around the work related to the official plan.
So you just mentioned that the two county things are already in the budget, is that?
Yeah, we've included, through the chair, we've included this, in the, updated numbers you've seen. So any of these amendments that we have here have been included in the updated numbers you'll see.
That we will see, or we are, it's not part of the first slides that said there was like a net increase in the operating costs. It's not part of that.
No,
Sorry, yes, it is part of that. You'll see it in, that first slide that we had, with our updated costs, which is another one coming up to show the amendments, but it is included in that, correct?
Okay, I'll wait until I see what
Okay.
you're talking about.
Yep.
It's also being funded from reserves, so that's out. It's the other thing. Oh, sorry, that was a different one. No, I'm sorry. That was the.
Yeah, it's not funny.
if I can just ask our finance team to clarify, is the sale of the capital equipment that was reflected originally as a revenue in operating, has that been removed? And because it will have a tax impact, correct?
Yes, it has not been removed.
Okay, so just to clarify, number one has not been removed in what you will see on the following couple of slides. 2 and 3 have been included. And we've just talked about the accessibility buttons.
Questions on this?
Sorry, folks, I think now we're back to the original presentation and the last probably 4 slides, Mr. Drinkwalter.
Let it get pulled up there. No problem. If we can just go to the next slide. So, kind of as I discussed before, I put in 2 very similar, 4, I guess, very similar slides here, but the first set of slides that we went through that shows the operating capital budgets shows, staff changes and just some corrections we did over the first iteration after discussion with council. This second one shows the amendment of the first round of amendments we received from council. So I just wanted to show what the overall changes were going to be. As discussed in the previous slide, there's that 20,000 is not included. It was just a later amendment that we hadn't had a chance to add before the agenda.
Sorry, I need to go back to the $57,750. So staff have gone back and made adjustments to the user fees.
Mhm.
Do we not need to, those amendments?
Yes, and you will see those coming up in the agenda, the proposed amendments.
So through,
And I'll get to know the amounts for what? Because I still don't know what that is. That's not one item.
No, it's several.
So I think you mentioned you're like 30,000 for landfill tipping fees.
Yep, that's the majority.
So will we be not having to do a resolution that says council amends the mayoral budget to include $30,000 additional revenue for tipping fees. And then whatever else is in there, there's another 27,750. I'm trying to figure out what that is, and I may have missed it when you said, or like,
So perhaps,
I think we have to do an amendment.
Yeah, we do, and we do have the amendment in the agenda.
but I think it's the total. Like
Yeah, it's the total. of
it's the
20,000.
total. It is not, we reduced this by $600 or we increased this by $100. It is staff has reviewed the operating budget and adjusted by $57,000.
Okay, so I don't really agree with that. It's not a hill I'll die on, but
Okay.
I just need to know what it is because we talked at our previous meeting about, okay, there was the $3,500 planning revenue official plan of end fee that was wrong. So it was a $7,000 change. Is that in the 57,750?
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Drinkwalder, do you want to just read through the list?
Yeah, and I can provide this list.
I think if you verbally
Yeah.
read through the list.
The reason I didn't include it is there's several adjustments and small amounts across the board. For a total of 57,000. So we have dump tipping fees, 30,000. Ice rental fees, 10,000.
For ice rental for any particular user or just the
That was the overall user.
10,000?
Official plan amendments for 4,000. Yep. Yeah, there was the planning correction, the revenue correction, that was the 3,500 or 7,000. Have road allowance and occupation, 1,750. Yep. I just have point form here in my notes, but food beverage sales, 4,000. It was just one of the user fee accounts, for that, I'm not exactly sure where it's. For the arena, the Nesbitt. Was that, okay. Cultural center, okay. Then I had another one, $1,000 for lounge revenue.
Through the chair, that's the addition of the locker rentals.
Go ahead.
So there was another. And I think this is a revenue that we talked about where the grant expenses have got to equal the revenue at the arena for policy 91 rentals. So in my mind, there should be another $9,000.
Yeah, and we did discuss that. It's something I didn't quite have time to review, but the actuals and the budget don't suggest that from previous years. So I want to make sure that's the case and why it's not being recorded.
Well, I'm sure
That
you're
way.
gonna find that there's adjustments needed there, but I want to add in $9,000 in additional rentals so that it matches the expense. Again, we can do it as a further amendment then? Is that what I have to do?
Well, I think we need to understand what it is that you want, but if you want to make a change, yes, we have to clearly spell out what it is.
So policy 91 gives people the use of the different facilities, and then the township absorbs that cost as an expense in SGNS, but arena. But to be fair to the arena or the fairgrounds or whatever it is, they get to show the revenue too, and they should match. It used to be different because we used to give cash donations to,
Right.
which we don't anymore, so they should equal. I suspect that from operating, perhaps they didn't send the information in or something. I don't know. There's $15,000 at the Kinsman Club rental at fairgrounds that we agree to every year for the ice races. So there has to be a difference in here.
So through the chair, the policy 91, the revenue and the expenses show up under SG Nesbit Arena. So it's lumped together. It doesn't go under the fairground. So we have made a correction in for the 2026 that the revenue matches the expenses. And I don't want to pull the number off the top of my head, but I want to say 25,000 is what we've allotted.
We need to add $9,000 in revenues to do that. Because the revenue and the expense was not matching. So I'm proposing in another amendment then that the so they should both be 25. So there should be another $9,000 that we add to revenues. So
So I think speak to the staff, so to speak. It's set up correctly in their software system, so it's fine. It's just the way it's coming. That got just some adjustments made that we need to go back in. But so historically, that number did match. And the reason was because we used to always do cash donations on top.
yes, now
But
it's
now it should match because we need help with the cash donations and it's strictly use. And the bulk of that 25,000 is that was.
So we can create an additional amendment for that.
Okay, we can move on then to the next slide, which shows the capital, the impact capital with the included council amendments. Oh.
under operating expenses. The 65 and the 22, is that the amendment to remove the
Employee.
the labor?
Correct.
roads? Okay. What's the 13,110?
So the 13,110 has all of what was required in the council amendments plus the $6,000 increase for the staff corrections. So there's quite a few to go through. I'm not sure if you want me to go through each line.
Well, I kind of need to know what this is compared to what I have already proposed. I'm just trying to match them up, you know? So 6,000, you said staff made corrections of 6,000 to increase operating costs?
Yeah, and yes, there was some decreases in expenses through things like utilities, some other service lines and things like that. And there was, I believe the adjustment for the official plan and GIS position is in there. There is, and the Molochs, yeah, the adjustment for the Molochs. Yeah, so it's a correction for that.
So it's really not 13,110 there?
Adjust that.
So
You'll have all this adjusted by
Yes,
Thursday.
yes. But before we went through and adjusted everything, we wanted to get the proposed amendments so we could have it all for the total adjustment.
So it's probably going to be a reduction then? Right now, this is an increase, right? No, this is a reduction.
A reduction, yeah.
So it'll be a.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
I still don't know what the 13,110 is, but, you know, if we're gonna get the information, I guess, I just don't know how we propose amendments if we're not getting the information to tell us. So you said there was 6,000 staff operating costs. The official plan stuff that we're proposing as an amendment and the GIS. See, I had a question, and the reason I'm trying to be perhaps too detailed on this is that I have a question. Did we take into consideration, for instance, that we don't have to heat the uninsulated Quonset hut anymore? So that should be a reduction in propane costs. So that's where I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah.
Okay, do I need to propose that amendment? Because I don't know if it's already in here. I have other ones similar to that I'm trying to, so I'm sorry if I'm trying to nitpick, but there's a rationale for.
Yeah, no, and Mr. Mayor, if I can, and that's fair. I guess from our standpoint, Councillor McKelvey, there's myself, our former treasurer and our current treasurer met with every one of the department heads and did exactly what you're talking about. We looked at all the utility lines. We looked at all the supply lines. And I think I've stated in here, if something was not 90 or 95% spent after the last meeting, and we asked them, are you anticipating any more invoices? And that's why you see, I think almost every utility line was adjusted in most cases. We looked at materials and supplies. We looked at repairs to equipment. We've looked at all of those lines and adjusted them as much as we believe we can.
And I applaud that, and I appreciate staff have gone back and done that. Like I said, without knowing what these were, I don't know if what my questions have already been dealt with, and you know, I was just thinking of the one was the Quonset hut. Also, you know, we're no longer renting the building at the Kim Mount Patrol Yard. Has that been?
That's all been considered and factored in. I mean, we had probably a 2-hour meeting with our senior leadership team following the last meeting. And we went through line by line.
Just when I get a lump sum, I don't know if you've done that. So.
Fair enough.
just so we can satisfy you with the numbers. It's 29,090, which is the two projects of the county combined 29,090. And then there's three line items where we reduced expenditures for $2,200. Three expenditure lines. 2,200, yep. And then there was the mullets. The operating cost for the mullets, 20,000, but times two. So that gets to 13,000. So if we just go with that, that's realizing that the 20 has to go, has the 120,000. But that gets you to the number.
Move on to capital.
So our capital, again, these are other than what we discussed, earlier for staff moving, some projects into reserve such as the ERP and, the Riverwalk lighting. The remainder of these are, council amendments, that have been proposed. So that's what we're seeing here. So, one thing to note is we are seeing, a capital investment decrease of about 800,000. But also a higher amount funded by reserve, which a big chunk, about 300,000 of that is proposed by staff for our ERP, and our, the parkland, reserves. And at the bottom, we can see, what the rate difference is, for the tax levy as well as the, tax rate increase from the original, mayor's budget, mayoral budget.
So,
Was the Clear Lake culvert in here?
It is not, in there, but it will not have an effect on the tax rate, just the reserve and capital.
No, I realize it's proposed to come from the reserve.
Mhm.
But man, I'm struggling with what's in these numbers. Are we going to get the detail on this, or will we get a new capital sheet perhaps?
Yeah, I mean, we have the detail if you want us to.
Well, if the culvert's not in there, we need to add it in there and
Yep.
show it as, and again, I think it's a mayoral adjustment.
So through the chair.
Yep.
I do have a motion here. That the Clear Lake culvert project estimated that 350,000 be funded from reserves.
We added to the budget, but because it's not in the budget, so it's an amendment.
So I can add that line in. That's what I mean. Like I can add that into.
I can't look at this page and know that. I just don't know why we can't. Can you print out something?
So can we go through it? Sure. How we would go through it? Okay, so Laughlin Hall, but keeping in mind that we're gonna get to the 214,150, which is the netted out number that's going to affect the tax levy. So we've got a netted out number here of 214,150 that's going to, right? Okay. So 50,000 Laughlin Hall. We were gonna go for the recommendation, right? So that's part of one of the things to vote on.
So it's the
50,000.
and the 57,150.
Yeah, so it's the 50,000 Laughlin Hall, 50,000 Old Fire Hall. The 57,150, which was moving Nichols Road. Right? $27,000 for the plow truck. The plow. And 30,000 for the crosswalk. Reducing those projects from what they were. because they were going to be funded from reserves or the surplus. Now they're being it's recommended that they be funded from taxation.
So the other numbers that are above this to net out to the 214, are they taking into consideration that we've added more capital, like we've added the accessibility, for instance? Because we really need another capital list to know what
Well, through you, Mr. Mayor, all the amendments that were received before, when up into the point that we published. So, I mean, if I look at the slide that had the additions to the mayoral budget are some of the things that Ms. Blanchard just mentioned. To your point, the things that were received yesterday, we haven't necessarily put in, given the time, right?
capital investments to be funded by any surplus. So this was a big discussion at the last meeting because the 1.4 million had already been decided upon what it was going to be used. So what's the 187 still including by me? So it looks like we're still going to have $187,000 funding a project from surplus we don't know about yet.
Yeah, so included in that funding line, we have council chambers AB finishes. The columbarium for 30,000. Furnace upgrade at Irondale for 7,500. The and I just the Snowden footbridge engineering. So a part of that's not being funded through Parkland. Water Street dock engineering.
I thought we were going to put those from the park.
We can't put them all through Parkland because there's not enough in Parkland.
But so I still have a problem budgeting for a surplus we don't know. Do I think there's one there? Absolutely. But we have not received financial audited statements. So to me, we shouldn't be using surplus that we don't know about yet. The columbarium cemetery should have a reserve. And then, you know, eventually when we start selling these, that should get put back into that reserve. The council chambers, the information is 40,000. So that's not the washrooms though.
No,
That's the,
well, it's the ceiling and it's the AV equipment.
so like there should be a reserve for that kind of thing that could be used as opposed to the surplus. And I guess I didn't put forth enough amendments, so I thought we were gonna have this reject, but that's just me. Riverwalk lighting. I mean, if the one amendment goes through, there won't be Riverwalk lighting. Correct.
Which amendment? I don't think we pulled out, there was any amendments to pull out Riverwalk.
It was, one of my recommendations was to pull out the Riverwalk lighting. Well, you guys have done an amendment in the staff stuff, but one of the amendments I sent in, I thought, was to remove the lighting from. I think it may have got missed. I wanted to pull the Riverwalk lighting off the budget because there's enough streetlights along there. And this isn't a criticism of roads. They're doing what they're supposed to do, plow roads and offshoot water but they're damaging the lights, so it's silly to spend $100,000 to put more lights up there. I would like to just get rid of the ones that are damaged, cap off the electrical. And not have them, but I thought I put that in one of my amendments. You know, staff has amended something.
I've got the amendments up and the Riverwalk is not part of the initial amendments that we received.
And the intention with the Riverwalk lighting is not to replace what's there. I believe it was to do some solar lighting. I remember.
And the original budget did talk about solar lights. Sorry, if I missed it, I didn't. I intended to include that.
And that's fair. I know I triple checked to
That's
make sure
fine.
we had captured.
But I will want to put a further amendment and that we remove the Riverwalk lighting poles.
You can make the amendment, it comes to Thursday.
We can do it today. We can do it today, though.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, so
Appreciate trying to find where we can save here, but the Riverwalk is really a centerpiece for our town. And I think to make it visible with some lighting, that people are partially sight impaired, for example, or have, small children, whatever the case might be. I think that lighting, and from my visiting many, many other parks and places like this, that kind of lighting is really critical, and it kind of directs people on where to go, as opposed to street lighting is just over our streets. I think this will accent our town and make it more welcoming. I appreciate also the fact that we've already put a lot of work and research into what kind of lighting we're doing and looking at all the various vandal-free kind of possibilities. So this is a work in progress, and I would not want to pull the carpet out from under all that work that's been done so far on that. And I'd like to continue it to be a central piece for downtown. So I couldn't second an amendment like that.
These are all proposed amendments, none of them have been accepted yet. As we go through, vote on them, and then once we figure out which ones we've accepted or not, then we can make the adjustments to the budget to see what the impact is. Kelvin.
just to elaborate on that, the Riverwalk is one of our best assets in the community. There's no doubt about it. When the Riverwalk lighting came up before, it was actually a citizen that came to me and said, you don't need lights along here. Go along and have a look. You got street lights that shine on. And then when I saw the budget and realized the cost, and I am concerned whether the lights will get damaged, I just thought that we should really consider whether we want to put lighting on the river. That's why I'm putting this.
Right.
Go to the next slide. And this is just a summary of what we talked about, staff review and with the council amendments. And just showing the levy changes and the percentage changes as well. And if we can go to the next slide. This slide was also on the original budget package that was received. And it's updated for our new numbers, which would include the council amendments on to and from reserves. So I just wanted to show the net reserve change. And I will get council a updated reserve schedule for each department. So, council has an idea of what's in those accounts and what our reserves look like. But for now, this is our in and out for 26 compared to 25.
So I looked through some of the information in the budgets for transfers to reserves. And you know, the big increase is the infrastructure levy, which I'm fine with. But I do see we've added a couple of others. We've added $25,000 to a property reserve, which probably a great idea. It wasn't highlighted, so I'm just trying to figure out why. Or where we're going with it. Is it gonna be for building improvements or that sort of thing?
Right, so, yes, the notion is to start establishing a reserve for our township-owned facilities. Similar to what we do for roads or any other asset group. You know, just start building a reserve so that when we have issues with our facilities, we have a source of money that we can fund those improvements. So that's the intention there.
Okay, so
Improvements or repairs. You're absolutely right, Mr. Mayor.
so the other one that the administration has a reserve that's normally been 40,800 and it's gone up to 65,000. Is there a reason we did that increase?
Cost of benefits next year, 27. And so we were trying to just offset that part of it in 26. Help out in 27.
So in 26, you're gonna put more money in the reserve and then start using that towards benefit?
It's kind of like the same concept as the individual, right?
So instead of having,
It's a placeholder.
so the administration transfer to reserve next year would be back to the 40,800, but your benefit costs are going up. So this is like the health benefits?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, yes. We've just been alerted. I think we've been in a contract for a period of time. I don't know if Ms. Pelly has any more.
I thought it, the annual increase, annually it comes and tells us what our increase is.
It did for 26, but they're just giving us advance warning that because I think it renews sometime in November or December each year. So they're just giving us advance warning that the next renewal is going to be significant.
Because it seems to me it's already been significant. I mean, full-time benefits were running around 35%, now they're almost 40. Like this is, which goes back to my thought about hiring a seasonal and not a full-timer because
Go ahead.
And I think that's a really important point. And I think when we learn more about what the province is doing with the OMARs and the management of those funds and how that's going to fall down on our municipalities, what we're doing with the hiring full-time or part-time is not even a drop in the bucket compared to some of the larger issues around the benefits across the province right now, and that will affect us as well.
but this isn't owners that this is talking about. This
Well,
is, yeah, this is,
It's, yeah, the group benefits too, but this, I'm looking at benefits as a whole package, and I just think that yeah, we have bigger fish to fry, I guess is what I'm trying to say, is this is not a hill that I would jump up and down on, because there are so many other larger ones that we really need to be facing. That's my opinion. Thank you.
well, I just need to make sure council realizes we've increased the budget, the levy by $24,200 for the administration reserve, and I needed to know what it was, and now that I know, I'm not sure. Intent.
I don't think anybody's going to be content with the increases that we're going to see in insurance and health costs. But
Yeah, but other townships aren't seeing that kind of increase, so I'm just, wow. We need to
Well, I
look at
think-
that.
I
So,
think everybody will in the near future.
so when this goes back to we have increased the levy in your budget by $24,000 for something that might happen in 27.
Partially 26, but yes. 27.
Well, no, you put it into a reserve for something that might help you in 27. So it goes back to the,
What would you have us do? We know that we've been warned by our insurance folks that there's going to be significant changes in what we've been paying. And so we're preparing for that.
okay.
We don't know what the change is going to be at this point. We've just been told it's going to be significant.
But you need to realize that I and the rest of council, I believe, are just being told this now. It's only because I pointed out that we've had a substantial increase in the transfer to the administration reserve, and I'm just questioning what it was about. So now that we know that, I think it's worth a discussion. I already gave my discussion. We're
Okay.
putting $24,200 more into reserves on the taxpayers levy for a what if. And maybe it's a firm. I don't know. You have information that I don't have. We're also increasing a $25,000 property reserve. I don't disagree with that. But the whole idea of the 1.5% infrastructure levy was to get our reserves picked up. But it's more than that. We've done quite a bit. We've done almost $104,000 increases in our transfers to reserves. Just asking what. And, you know, if you want to talk about the infrastructure reserve, when you look at the asset management plan, the consultants have done it so that we would be investing that all of our reserves, but specifically that one in its own account. It would generate its own interest and it would keep getting bigger. We use that revenue in operating. We don't put interest into the reserves. So our asset management plan is incorrect to start with. That was the game.
Let's say it's complete at this point, as opposed to totally incorrect. I mean, that's your evaluation, fine, but you know, we're at the initial stages of this asset management plan. I mean, we've been working on it for well over a year. We now have it to a certain state. We've had a situation where we know we have healthy reserves, but we have had multiple changes in our financial department that has caused us to be behind in our reporting and our exact numbers. You know, we have a situation where we put lots of money into a sort of a general reserve that we then allocate to the specific locations, the specific reserves. We don't know what the amount is in each one of these individual pots, but we know that, you know, overall we're in decent shape. So yeah, hey, if we had every number and they're totally 100% up to date, this would be a lot better. Unfortunately, it is what it is, and we have to try to come up with a budget based on incomplete information. So that is where we are at. You know, we're doing our best for the people here in Minden Hills to make sure that we do this in a responsible, prudent, affordable manner. What's next?
I think that concludes, there's another slide talking about reserves and what they are. If it was similar, very similar to the package in the mayoral budget, so.
Okay, so. We plan for next step to go through the.
Yeah, I think, Mr. Mayor, you know, it's been good discussion, but what we need to do then is go back through the specific amendments, and council needs to determine whether they're endorsed by majority or not. Councillor Bill Hennison has a question.
Just wondering, Are we gonna talk about the cultural center at all? I accept that in my meetings.
We can talk about it. I didn't know if you had amendments
I do.
or,
I don't so much, agree with, hiring a staff person, but I was hoping that we could get a report if there's some update regarding a staff member that can do it. I believe, we really need to catalog items and records.
yeah, I think the reason that there wasn't, I guess if I talk about how additional staffing requests would come to council, they generally come through the department head to me. And, this would be a pretty big discussion in any budget review is if somebody's coming forward with a request for an additional staff member, they have to put a business case forward for it. This is really the first I've heard that there's any sort of thought about an additional staff member. So no, I mean, through this, but you've put it on the table, but in terms of staff bringing it forward, it hasn't come forward in that manner. So, I mean, we can certainly ask, Ms. McGuigan about how it currently occurs, but, this was not submitted as a high need area as part of the budget process. So,
Or having said that,
you're right,
if you wish to make that amendment,
sure.
you are welcome to make that amendment. I don't know, Ms. McGuigan, do you have any comments or some further information on this?
I think the challenge, I mean, certainly we can put the amendment on the table in terms of, certainly myself as the person who would look at organizational structure, I'm not sure. I would need to hear from staff why it's a high need.
So through the chair, the manager and myself, again, taking in my role from the time that I've come into the township, there's been some learning curves and we have been reviewing the collections. We do have some plans that we're looking to put into place. So at this point, we want to work with the current staff that we have. And then that potentially could let us know if we need an additional person, but at this time, we need to implement what we need to put in place.
Actually, on the list here of items, there were some additional items at the bottom of the list that was not the official list, so that was one of them. I'm sorry, I missed it. I hadn't turned to page 9 yet. And the other one was Councillor Sisson. You wanted a discussion on Sedgwick Road.
Question was, do we really have to do it in this calendar year? Because we're going to tax people for that. Pulling it out of the reserve, we're going to put it on levy. So I mean, my thoughts were it could be maybe just.
Chair, of course, I'll take whatever direction council gives me. My recommendation would be to get it done. It's in bad shape. I do get a lot of calls. I know both the gravel portion and the hard top are in rough shape. Going up and down the hills, it's bad. We have done some culverts in there recently, just this past year, so we're a little bit ahead in there, kind of getting prepped. So my recommendation would be to get it done, but obviously understanding circumstances, we'll go with whatever directions.
I think the one of the challenges we've got is we've got this finite amount of time with roads, and you want to balance what you need to do and then what time you have. Everything gets pushed back and it's very difficult to do what we need next year. But
I just want to remind everyone before we start our amendments that it's nice to have a list of wants. just remember who's paying the bill. It's the taxpayers. And there comes a point in time where they're run pretty thin too, and people are gonna start moving out of town. because of taxes.
Well, and speaking to the other towns, I'm not really certain that there's many towns where the taxes aren't going up pretty substantially, so. Yes. Kelvin?
So I have a question here is how come we haven't included slurry seal this year? It's one of those things that we should be doing every year. We usually slurry seal the roads we did 3 years ago.
Yeah, through the chair, I do have that in. It might be, it might not be broken out, but I do have some sort of sealed there.
Oh.
I can review. I'll have to look at the document, but I quoted series.
What is it in the budget?
I will have to go back and look.
Because it's really important that we
I
continue to
agree.
do slurry.
Cindy?
Yeah, just gathering my thoughts. On the Sedgwick Road, I went down that a couple of weeks ago and it was in pretty bad shape and I have a truck going down it as well. There's a section there that there's a very hard to see across and it's really a granite foundation there. Road. Is that something that you are thinking about altering in some way or improving so you can see another vehicle coming over the top? But I know there's like chemicals, you don't have to blast to just break up roads and make them better. Is that? part of
Yeah,
the plan?
through the chair, I'll have to have a look specifically, but when we do resurfacing, we try to do other upgrades, at the time, culverts, ditching, whatever it may be. So if there's some visibility stuff that we can address at the time, certainly consider. But I'd have to look specifically. I don't have.
Go ahead.
And just to follow up from that, what I can see is that you have a plan, you seem to go by what the worst roads are and then how you kind of bring those up and not losing any traction with the slurry, for example, on roads that we've done in the past. And that whole kind of roads plan at some time might be an interesting thing to present to council, how you do that. Because I think at budget time, it seems to be the only time we sometimes get into the weeds on what's being done and what isn't being done. But I do know that staff have a logic behind them in terms of what they're doing and how and why to do the whole program. So maybe that's just a council education thing to see, and I say council education, not just how roads are done, but what our conditions are. We've done the traveling through the municipality. We've seen some of the sites and what we're doing, but it might be a good thing to update as we go on. But thank you for the
Yep.
organizing that.
Yeah, through the chair, we do intend to do the roads need study this year as one of the items, so I think that would be a fantastic time, once that's complete, come back and have a very in-depth conversation about our roads conditions.
Council Jones.
If you can just clarify for me, many others, we have a few staff follow-up items. The fire escape and a few other things, as well as reports to council, like the dog pound and the snack pro shop and a few other things. When's that? Like, how does that work? When does that come out?
Well, through Mr. Mayor, we need to get the budget finalized so we understand what work has been approved for this year. Those are all follow-up items. For me to be able to give you timelines on all of those things, I can't do that today. They will go on our list of follow-up items, but things like the pro shop and the concession stand, I mean, those are pretty big projects that have not been on our radar recently. So, I'm going to have to sit down with our staff and look at workload and what we can accomplish once we know what our work plan is for 2026.
That's from the code first.
So that was I had questions and I know that the minutes reflect that would be a report back on the dog pound. So it's not going to be included in the budget then because we haven't got the report. Is that?
No, through you, Mr. Mayor, we need to peel back this whole thing. I mean, it's been presented in various different formats. The last request that came before council was $3,600. Our feeling I'm going to look to our finance folks, is when we bring that report to council, we would make a recommendation. Should council approve that $3,600, we'll make a recommendation on where to fund that from. But I need a much better understanding, I think we all do, of what the actual ask is. I've heard various different things, and so I think that's why council had recommended a follow-up meeting to truly understand what the organization needs
And
from us.
that's fine. I just. The other one that we talked about was short-term rentals. Staff were supposed to bring back a breakdown of the actual costs of operating short-term rentals, including the wages and benefits. We haven't got that. We do not have enough money in the revenue side to be paying this project or this program. And I've expressed that concern before, so. And it was one of the things that you were going to track revenues and expenditures and bring back a report. And it would have its own cost center. So I can only assume that we've included the short-term rental clerical position in building and bylaw, wages and benefits.
So I believe through Mr. Mayor, Councillor McKelvey is absolutely right. We owe you a report, and it is high on our list to do. I would suggest that everything related to short-term rentals is likely in building and bylaw right now, whether it be revenue or expenses, but I don't know that for sure, because I'm not the general ledger expert.
Okay, but in the budget, the short-term rental has its own cost center for some of the expenses, but not wages and benefits. My concern is the revenue is not covering nearly enough of the expenses for this program. It wasn't supposed to cost us anything. We mid-year were asked to let you hire a part-time short-term rental clerical position. It was not in last year's budget. It was to be a one-year contract. I would like to know if the full year in 26 is in this budget for that position. I question whether any of it is in here, because when you look at building and bylaw wage increases, it seems to be only the septic reinspection doesn't seem to have gone up enough to cover the short-term rental. So, and we can wait and get a report down the road, but to me, this is a big impact on the budget. That program is costing the taxpayers, and we weren't supposed to have that happen. Maybe it's a discussion we have and we all say, okay, that's great. If it costs us that much, it costs us that much, but we don't know what it's costing. I can tell you that the wages will be over $35,000. Granicus is over 20,000. We're going to have to get some legal involved in this because all kinds of people haven't applied for a license, and we certainly are not getting any mat tax. So I have a lot of questions that I would like answered before we can deal with the budget, because I think it has big impacts.
That's yeah, through the chair, I agree the short-term rental is just a real quagmire right now. My only consolation to this is that we're not alone in terms of municipalities dealing with this. It is costing us, I think, and we don't have the full, and maybe that, and I think that is a report that we'd probably like to see when we get all the other things ironed out, what the actual costs are. There's confusion on our behalf, on behalf of those with short-term rentals and how to pay, where to pay. I'm getting calls about this as well. It's a problem, and if this is one thing that the municipalities across Ontario would take to the province and say, look at, you've cost each one of these municipalities lawyer fees, consultation fees, processing fees, hiring companies. All of us are in this. And this is something that the province should have stepped up and said, this is how we're going to deal with it. We have changes to the Planning Act all the time and what we can do and not do. And now we're kind of dumping the decision-making on our local planning departments and the cost of that on top of the regular jobs. So agreeing totally with Councillor McKelvey, that this is, I'm going to call it a red herring. I don't know if you'd agree, but we have to deal with this, maybe the details of what's happening to our municipality, but also the broader look at this in terms of what's happening. It's not fair to anybody at this point, how it's being rolled out, in my opinion. Thank you.
Councillor England, did you ever have?
Just wondering, if we applied for the pothole prevention grant. Free money.
Yeah, it's through you, sorry?
That we're gonna plant flowers. Councillor McKelvey?
Well, I'm gonna beat this dead horse, I guess, but right now in this budget, have we included the short-term rental clerical position that's 24 hours a week and is supposed to be up in a 1-year contract? So that would be in June, I believe. Is it in here for the full 12 months of the year?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would have to defer to the finance folks.
Apologies, I missed the question. Whether it's in
Short-term
the- okay,
rental
that's what-
person is,
Yes, it is in the,
Is it in
Okay.
for 12 months or 6 months?
I believe it's at, because I don't believe it's a full-time position.
No,
It's
24 hours a
24
week,
Yeah, yeah.
but it
So
was
it's in
only
there
a
for that.
1-year contract. So I'm just wanting to find out, did we,
Yes, we include.
for the full 12
The
months?
12
So
months.
we've automatically assumed it's being extended then.
Yes,
That wasn't the assumption.
not the assumption, but it is in the budget as advice.
So we must increase, in my opinion, the revenue for short-term rentals because it is not covering the cost of this operation even remotely. So if, like, has this, I'll try to find that the short-term rental revenue was put in here. Less than what last year's actuals were, I knew that. Can we at least look at increasing those? Do you have last year's actuals for the short-term rental licensing? Okay. It's $500. But what did we put in the budget for the? Found it now. I know it's with building and bylaws. $30,000. Yeah, that's what's ringing a bell to me too, but I can't find it.
I'll pull it up at 30,000.
Yes, so. No. Oh, yeah, that's a big question. So to me, if we have $30,000 in the short-term rental licensing fees, we have not even covered the cost of the clerical position that works part-time. We have Granicus at over 20,000. We are going to need some legal fees and things. Can we add money to the revenue? Short-term.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think it would be fair to add some money to the revenue and it is not for a lack of not listening to council in terms of getting a report to council, and we will make that a priority. It's just with disruption in the building department and the finance department. It just didn't happen.
And I understand you have all those issues,
Right.
but it's a budget item. So like it has cost implications to the taxpayer. So that's why I'm hounding this one.
Yep, no, fair enough.
We either decide today to increase the revenues, or we decide today that the one-year contract's up at the one-year mark, and then we lower the wages and benefits. That's my thoughts. Doesn't mean it's right. It just means I'm throwing the idea out there. Needs to be a change to the budget.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would recommend that we increase the revenues. The theory is having a resource should increase revenues.
Yes.
That is the theory. And then let Mr. Lewis, Mr. Drinkwalter and I really review this thing and get a report to council.
Okay.
Now, having said that, how much are we increasing?
I'm prepared to post an amendment of $20,000 increase to them, so that we're at least covering the wages and grants. Does he?
Sorry. If I could just remind you though that there is a section in bylaw as well, an expenditure section, which offsets that 30,000. So that piece of the puzzle is the fees that rank the strength and kind of enforcement needs to happen. So that was a direct set as far as being labeled as short-term rental. So you adding 20,000.
But the wages and benefits aren't showing out, which they should.
Yeah, they're included up.
So if you allocated the wages and benefits to short-term rental center, so to speak, then still haven't found an issue for what we have.
So sorry, what was the question?
Well, I don't think we're, like you're saying, it will look like we're actually collecting more than we're paying out.
No, so the budget currently shows 30,000 revenues,
Okay,
just on the licensing line.
right.
And then there's another line in the expenditure section, specifically labeled as short-term rentals,
Right.
and offset 30,000. So it's a break even as far as the budget's concerned, excluding the position.
Right.
Okay,
And excluding legal fees or
that's
anything
right.
else.
So that 30,000 expense line was likely a combination of enforcement, the fees to Granicus, and fees to strike. Stage charges.
So even adding $20,000 to the revenue is not making short-term rentals break even. Which again, down the road, we've got to sort this out, in my opinion. But I want to at least try to save some of the taxpayers' increase here by putting $20,000. Finally, I found it.
Okay, so that was put together. And we'll vote on that. Go forward. All right, any other questions? We have lunches ready.
I do.
Go ahead, Councilor Kelly.
I think I had someone else for Mike, but just let me. I really do want to make sure slurry seal's in that budget, but pothole rehabilitation grant that I've been asked about. So have we heard on it yet? If we did apply?
That's what we're not.
Sorry, I just missed the question, sorry.
Did we get the pothole?
No, sorry, we have not received a response, as far as I know. Through the chair, it's essentially just money that's available. We did specify that we just go to our general pothole, so, just, we always need, cold patch, we always need material, so, we definitely put in and we just, said it's just for our general operations.
You send a picture of potholes or like a sad.
It's just the whole town, it's the whole town. Yeah, I can sort that out. past the campground. Not sure specifically. I would say it's,
Sorry, I didn't have anything on here. Is this one culvert, this Clear Lake?
no, it's a twin culverts, 1,500 millimeter diameter, so big culverts. These are the ones that come right out of the lake, goes under the road, and then there's a creek it carries on, I guess to be the east side then. Southeast side, sort of.
Oh, so is this? What side of Highway 35 is it on?
This would be on the, turn around, like, south.
Well, assuming.
Sorry,
Buffalo
assuming,
North and South.
yeah, it would be east side of.
Okay, yeah, so this goes in behind the lodge.
Yes, yes. And you turn, you take the big bend and then you're on the lake on your right-hand side. And then as you get to the end of the lake, that's where the culverts. And
So-
they're rotted right in, the bottoms are gone.
So these aren't big enough culverts to have to be part of the OSM report.
They're not big enough for us.
Are these culverts? Can you change these with our fancy excavator we bought you last year?
I would avoid that. It's going to be a big job and that is a significant lake that needs to be held back with the dam. Fair bit of risk. I would strongly encourage that that is a contracted project.
Mr. Mayor, were you able to confirm Swerve's Hill?
I'll bring that back. I will sort that out and
Yeah.
but I put the numbers together where it got lost or missed, but I can arrange.
I just need to make sure it didn't get
Yeah.
missed, because it's an important.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And not that it helps. I know we need everything in, but of all the things, it's the cheaper one. So it's not going to move the needle an enormous amount. I understand it all needs to be factored, but it's not going to be,
I just don't
you know,
want.
$500,000.
Not done.
One of the
Okay.
cheaper items.
We will break until 12:45 for lunch. Lunch is available outside, and then we come back to vote on each of these amendments.
All right, we're back. Welcome back. So now we go back to page 3, is that the? Okay. So we're going through these as you've listed them. Okay. Right. All right, so the first one is on the Clear Lake culvert funded from reserves. Is there any final comments before reading the resolution? Go ahead.
Moved by Counselor Ingram, second by Counselor Saini, that the 2026 mayor budget be amended to include the Clear Lake Culvert project estimated at 350,000 be funded from reserves.
All those in favor? That's carried. The next one is Riverwalk lighting. Any other comments on this? Councillor Johansson?
Just to add, I kind of agree with Council McKelvey on this one now. I know at first I wanted this, but I'm just wondering if there's some other kind of solar light that we could put out. Not as stands, but maybe in the trees or maybe on the wooden bridge, just some lights, but I don't know. Anybody else would like that?
No, Councillor McKelvey? Do you have a comment?
But just that I wanted to put forth an amendment that we wouldn't have the lighting, so I don't. If, how you want to do this, if you want to do this amendment and then do another amendment that we pull it out, or.
No, that's exactly it. If it's not supported, it's just defeated and then it's not included.
That's fine, but I just want to make sure I don't get prevented from putting forth that it's, like, it's already in the budget, right? So I don't want you saying, oh, it's been defeated, you can't bring it back.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I want it removed. So just want to make sure
Because,
procedurally that.
right, because the resolution here that's been drafted basically talks about the project and how it's financed. That's what the motion says.
So you want to put forth a motion to remove it?
Yes.
I think you have to deal with that one first.
And only like I said, when you look at, the whole Riverwalk boardwalk is one of the best things we have in this community, but I'm not sure people are using it after dark. And there is lights that's.
Well, I have used it after dark and the lights are very, I think the lights are necessary and add to the whole ambience of the place. Councillor Ingram?
I don't, to the chair, I don't disagree with you on that. I think maybe we could look at, because in some places, the street lights are enough. You know what I mean? So maybe we could look at not as many and something more cost effective than putting them in just to put them in. Because especially on Water Street, there's a lot of street lights that do light the path. I walk at night, so, and it's fine as far as I'm concerned. So maybe it's something we can look at this summer. If we're not going to do it this year, get a look at it and get a feel for how many people are using it.
Sammy.
Thank you. Yeah, we haven't seen the actual work that's been put into this already and from the department head and what the proposals are. I know that I sent over a lot of vandal-proof type of lighting to consider and stuff that would also, and you want some lighting there. I mean, a lot of people walk their dogs and you want to make sure you can clean up well after them too. So I think this is an important thing and to highlight that walk in some way. So that's my opinion. Thank you.
So
Sorry, Councillor Johansson.
Do we have to go with that amount? Like, could we not?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think if council's not, I mean, staff is bringing forward recommendation based on what we heard from council in the past, few years, which was really replace the Riverwalk lighting. Staff has proposed solar lighting for a few reasons, but what you also can do is we can defer this project. And if you want us to look into other things, we can do that. What we're putting on the table today was replacing maybe not as many lights, but pretty close to, but doing it in a manner that's solar as opposed to electrical. So,
Councilor Ingram.
I think we'll find this happens from time to time. I mean, we've got a budget here that we're trying to slim down as best we can. And if this can be deferred for a year and take the year to look at other options again and just get a visual on what it looks like at night, actually go out and walk it and have a look and see what everyone thinks. Like, I mean, the public's great for opinions. I'd be okay with that.
Councilor Sandy.
Yeah, we're in the middle of the community consultation too, so this is probably gonna be part of it. But I'm wondering if there's anything that the department might have that speaks to this right at this point in time, because they've been working on this.
through you, Mr. Mayor, I think what's before you, I mean, I can have Ms. McGuigan come up, but, it is really replacing what the existing lighting with solar lighting. So,
But there's vandal-proof or not, there's things like.
Well,
Thank you.
So through the chair, the project amount that you're seeing there too, that is the removal of the old rollers and capping off the ones. It is approximately 10 solar lights, a higher standard because the request was more of a light post. This is also looking at turtle lighting because of the water area as well. So there is different lumens for different aspects of it. So that's kind of what's been put into this project going from there. I think if we're looking to defer the project, I may recommend that we leave money to get the old rollers removed. And then maybe do like a consultation of maybe looking at the Riverwalk as a whole of other improvements as bridges.
Councilor Sandy.
Yeah, I appreciate that clarification because that helps me decide what to do here too. And so if we did hold this, leaving some money there and also recognizing that we have a lighting bylaw that's been outstanding for a long time that maybe should be brought into that discussion as well. So we're following our own proposed lighting, called dark skies, which many municipalities across Ontario have adopted. But that's something that we would also want to look at as we're adding them too. So I could see postponing this, but putting something in the budget towards it. So, thank you.
On the other hand, this is one of the things that we get lots of comments on from the public. So, all right, so we have a new resolution.
Candace, don't go away, sorry. So when you speak, the cost just to remove the existing, do you have do you have an estimate amount?
Through the chair, as of the numbers that we got, it was about 35,000, but I would have to make sure, I would have to go back, so I don't want to lock down, so maybe like 50,000.
Sorry, just for clarification, council.
So what is, yeah, go ahead.
That removing all of them, even the ones that still work?
through the chair, it would have to be removing all of them because of how it's connected. Like they're not singular.
Oh.
That's where we're trying to look for the solar ones. They're all connected together. So they're either all off or they're all on.
So Councillor McKelvey, what is your?
I'm not convinced that we should spend this money, but I would thought was that broken and half laying and wires coming in. I'm not convinced.
I would move then that $50,000 be left in the budget to remove and dismantle the old ones, and that staff this summer, perhaps this spring, even look into what the alternatives for lighting are and what the price might be on that.
Go ahead.
On this slide, it says Riverwalk lighting, 100,000 finance from Parkland from remaining 42 coming from taxation. So from the levy or from a reserve? If you're adding $42,000 to the levy.
So, and I would, through the
Well,
chair,
it was in there.
yeah, and through the chair, I would need some clarification on the 50,000 if we wanted taxation or a reserve or.
Street. Riverwalk gates was in as surplus, it was going to be in as a levy. So I'm just trying to make sure I understand what we're doing.
Yeah, and it was a change on our sheet, and that's why I had it in there 42,000 taxation, because it would be a change from the reserve amount. Yep.
You gotta use the line.
It's just to say, change that to 22,000. It's not in those numbers right now. Right, that's right, yeah.
Okay, so
suggest
that's
that
another
we can
$42,000 hit to the levy then, the way this is being proposed.
Or 50.
Or
That's
50, yeah,
That's
I've definitely opposed to that.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask Mr. Drinkwalter? Could the removal of the lights come from parkland?
I believe so. I believe they could. It's part of a bigger project to improve the public space and park, and a part of that is removing old broken infrastructure.
Okay, so what's the amendment?
If it can come from Parkland Fund, we not just do 50 of that and then just 42 that was from taxation, wouldn't. Is that not correct?
Yeah, if it can.
If it can
from that,
come
yep.
from that, which
Yep.
the treasurer believes it can, then we just took 42,000.
So the amendment is to remove the project, but spend the $50,000 to remove the old. Well, yeah, if possible. Councillor McKelvey?
And I'm not opposed to bringing this back once we do have year-end numbers and that sort of thing. There will be surpluses, so we can look at other projects then, but if we want to take the 50,000 right now, Parkland reserve fund and get rid of the other place.
It was in the original budget.
I think, I think I've captured this, so I'm not gonna read the mover and the seconder or anything like that. I'm just gonna read what I've crafted, okay? Okay. The council amends the 2026 Mayoral budget to dismantle the Riverwalk lighting estimated at $50,000 to be financed from the in lieu of Parkland Fund. Period.
Well, I think, no, you have to say that you're removing the project. because the project was in the original budget.
Oh, that is correct.
So
So you have
we-
to preface it with line, that says your project, but then you are going to,
But you're not removing the project,
we're revising the
you're
scope.
revising the scope.
okay, fine. You remove the project and have another project, which is taking it out, which, fine, whatever way, we're done.
To change the scope and dismantle. To revise,
Change the scope.
to revise the scope. Yeah, to dismantle, yeah. Okay, so then I just need to
Try again. Just
read it out again, sure. That council amends the 2026 mayoral budget to revise the scope and dismantle the Riverwalk lighting at an estimated $50,000 to be financed from the in lieu of Parkland Fund.
If possible. If possible, we don't know that we can use that, but
I believe we can.
yeah,
And I think council, or I think staff would just come back with a report to council. If that's not the
Right.
case, that's how we would do it with anything else.
Okay.
So, I need a seconder. Oops.
all those in favor?
Is that carried?
Yep. Right. Next one is the Snowden Park Footbridge Engineering. And potential to include shelter. Finance from the Parkland Fund. So this was new, correct?
No, Mr. Mayor, it was not new, and I think just if Mr. Drinkwater could clarify, some of the funding would be coming from Parkland. I think this was a revision of the funding from the original budget, but part of it's coming from Parkland is your proposal and part from.
Yeah, so originally the total project cost through the chair, the total project cost was $65,000. And we proposed to move 37,500 of that cost to the Parkland Reserve, from the Parkland Reserve. And 27,500 would remain from surplus.
Okay. And so what is it now?
Right now, 65,000 is coming from surplus. In the mayoral budget.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but what is the newest?
The amendment would move. The total project is still 65,000, but
Okay.
37,500 is funded from Parkland reserves.
Vicky, do you have the wording of?
So I have that 65,000 for the Snowden Park Footbridge Engineering Project be financed by allocating 37,500 from the in lieu of Parkland Fund and the remaining balance of 27,500 from reserves. Is that correct? Mr.
Yeah,
I can change that to serve.
yeah, and that's my mistake. In my previous role, we used surplus and reserve interchangeably, the way you did budget, but yes, this one should be from surplus.
From surplus.
Go ahead.
I once again have a problem with us using a surplus we don't use. This surplus was the $1.4 million that we've determined wasn't available. So anything on this capital using surplus is based on what 24's actual will be or 25's, and we don't know either one of those. I'm just trying to make sure. Like, I'm fine with doing this from reserves. These should be one-off projects, but I won't do a budget that finances something from a surplus we don't need.
Yeah, I think You can say from reserves or surplus, or just say from reserves. Yep. Just say from reserves.
Yeah, I think so, because it was in at 65, yeah.
Moved by Counselor Saney, seconded by Counselor Johansson, that the 2026 mayor budget be amended, that the 65,000 for the Snowden Park footbridge engineering project be financed by allocating 37,500 from the in lieu of Parkland Fund and the remaining balance of 27,500 from reserves.
All those in favor? Sorry, could you put your hands up again? Thank you. Carried. ERP. Pardon me. The next one, ERP. Sorry, what was it before, or what's the change? So we're all on the same page.
Okay, I found this on the web. What's the change? Check.
Maybe Siri can answer.
Not that it's listening to you.
So in the previous mayoral budget through the chair, we had 200,000 for the enterprise resource planning project coming from the surplus. And we propose to move it to the finance reserve. Yeah. Okay.
With the resolution.
So just going forward, do you want me to change the scope of financing? Or can I just read it that, okay. Moved by Councilor McKelvey, seconded by Deputy Mayor Shell, that the 2026 mayoral budget be amended, that the ERP project in the amount of 200,000 be funded from the finance reserve.
All those in favor? That is carried. Asset management software. Is this the same situation? Okay. Let's read the resolution.
Moved by Councilor Ingram, seconded by Councilor Saney, that the 2026 mayoral budget be amended, that the $10,000 asset management software be funded from the finance reserve.
All those in favor? That is carried. Sale of capital revenue in the roads overhead. This was the $20,000 to move it to reserves as opposed to putting it into the revenue. Correct?
Correct.
Resolution.
Moved by Councilor Johansson, seconded by Councilor Saney, that council amends the 2026 mayoral budget to remove the 20,000 sale of capital revenue in the roads overhead to allocate to reserves.
All those in favor? That is carried. Proposed change to the funding source. This is which one? Nicholas Road resurfacing. Yeah.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Shell, seconded by Councilor McKelvey, that council amends the 2026 mayor budget to add $57,150 to the capital levy for the Nichols Roads resurfacing project as an alternative from reserves.
All those in favor? It's carried. Backup generator. Again, I don't believe that we should be trying to saying that we're going to fund it from a grant that we haven't got yet. I mean, I think we say we're going to fund it from the reserves, and if we get a grant, the grant then go into the reserves. Councilor McKelvey?
As I explained earlier, it wasn't in your budget, period. So I'm trying to add it to the budget. I had said that we could use an emergency. It's not showing on capital unless I'm. Like on Willow here.
Sorry, are we talking about the backup generator?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, it was,
Oh, sorry, is it down in fire?
property.
Okay, sorry. Perhaps still not seeing the generator there. Sorry. Maybe it's there and I'm. If I look at this capital project. Okay, it's under fire. Okay, sorry. Thank you. And it was coming from debt. Yes, okay. So I don't agree with borrowing money to put a generator in the arena. I would prefer to bring this from reserves and hopefully it can get a grant as well.
I have no problem with taking it from reserves. It's, this is one of those things that we need, so
Oh,
have to
absolutely.
do it, so. That's for system.
Do we not have reserve? $1,000 for this? When you built the arena?
Mhm.
I think we've already gone through that earlier today, but extra money was used.
No,
for-
that was the Parkland Reserve Fund that we were talking about earlier today. At a previous meeting, it was mentioned, we borrowed more for the debenture than we have actually spent yet, and there was, again, supposed to be a report back to tell us exactly what that is, but it was around $200,000, so.
Right.
So the other reserve that we have is the emergency preparedness, which probably still has 500,000 or more, so, but just depends on what's happening there.
We will fund it from reserves. That's, yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Counselor Saney and Counselor Ingram, I've made the amendment just to remove the grant. And I've just, so now it just reads that we're amending to change the funding for the CSD backup generator to be allocated from reserves. Are you comfortable with that change? Counselor Ingram, yes?
Right, all
Move.
those,
Oh, sorry.
so go ahead.
Moved by Counselor Saney, seconded by Counselor Ingram, that council amends the 2026 mayoral budget to change the funding for the CSD backup generator to be allocated from reserves.
All those in favor? That is carried. It's getting late for my naps. Right. Okay, next is organics program. Oh,
The amendment is to remove the $20,000. Moved by Counselor Ingram, seconded by Counselor Saney, that council amends the 2026 mayoral budget to remove $20,000 from environmental services operating budget for the organics program.
all those in favor? And keep your hands up. That's carried. Bollocks.
Moved by Counselor Hess, seconded by Counselor Saney, that council amends the 2026 mayoral budget to remove 19,500 from the capital budget for the Molochs and the environmental services.
Pardon me? Request and recorded votes.
So recorded votes, read alphabetically for or against. Counselor Ingram.
Which one are we doing?
This is the Moloch.
Capital or the operating?
This is the capital budget for the Moloch.
That's fine, just needed to make sure.
Sorry, against Counselor Ingram? Yes. Or against. This is removing it. So you're voting to remove it.
From the budget.
For or against? You're for the removal. So for. No, that was, no. Very good, yeah. Sorry, Counselor Hands. Remove. So for. Okay. For or against Counselor McKelvey? For. No. For or against, Counselor Saney?
So confused. I would like to see us use them. So I vote
So you're against.
thank you. It's removing.
No problem. Deputy Marshall, for or against?
Against.
You're against? It is confusing. Counselor Sisson, for or against? Mayor Carter,
Against.
so it's carried 4-3.
Okay. Bulldozer for Public Works.
Moved by Deputy Marshall, seconded by Councilor McKelvey, that council amends the 2026 general budget to remove 150,000 from the capital budget for the bulldozer in environmental services.
Okay, all those in favor of removing it from the capital budget? Okay, that's carried. Pickup truck.
Moved by Councilor McKelvey, seconded by Councilor Sisson, that council amends the 2026 mayor budget to remove 70,000 from the capital budget for the pickup truck in environmental services.
I haven't picked. Oh, sorry.
You just jumped.
I jumped one. Okay. Okay, Kevin, to remember. Okay, so,
This is the waste management.
so this is the replacement of the existing truck. Okay, so, all those for the removal of the replacement pickup truck. Okay, that fails. Carried. Pickup truck, Public Works Roads.
Moved by Councilor Sisson, seconded by seconded by Councilor McKelvey. The council amends the 2026 mayoral budget to remove 120,000 from the capital budget for the pickup truck in Public Works Roads.
Okay, so this. You want to record a vote?
You want to record a vote for this?
Okay, so the amendment is that if you are for this amendment, you are removing the addition of the truck that is going to be used for snow plowing, et cetera. Okay,
So if you vote for, you're removing it.
correct.
Okay, so commencing alphabetically, Councilor Ingram, for or against?
Or
For or against? Or Councilor McKelvey, for or against?
Or
Councilor Saney, for or against?
Against?
Deputy Marshall, for or against?
Against.
Councilor Sisson, for or against? So that's 4 in favor and the vote carries. Oh, sorry. Still,
Okay.
it's still, yeah.
Yeah.
I just need to provide or get clarification from our public works folks. So you have approved or endorsed replacing the vehicle in environmental services, but not the new vehicle. But the $70,000 was predicated on a smaller truck, Ms. Kosh. Am I correct? the existing truck that is used for snow plowing is a 3/4 ton. So is there a cost difference? I would assume in that approval. Now, again, we can shop around and look for used trucks, but I want council to understand that that $70,000 was predicated on being able to buy a smaller truck. Which I don't think then, if that other service isn't provided, a 1/2 ton truck is going to be adequate. Is that correct?
Okay, I think that, let's get through all these and then based on all of these numbers, a lot of numbers are gonna change.
Sure.
And so on Thursday, let's address that question.
No, I just want council to be aware.
Yep, that's fine.
There might be a $20,000 difference in what is needed to replace what is existing.
We can address it on Thursday. Councilor McKelvey?
No, I think we should address it today. So one of my notes here, because it was defeated, which is fine, we move on. So we're going to keep the $70,000 in the budget for the pickup truck at the environmental services. Because that's going to stay in, I want to do a further amendment that be a 3/4 ton, and the staff at the landfill site are going to snowplow the landfills.
Not sure where the line is between us directing staff and what our budget is. And so I think we're starting to get into a little bit of a further discussion that council doesn't get involved with.
Yes, I don't want to make that amendment today. We have until Thursday, and I would like staff to have an opportunity to understand all the totality of these amendments and what changes they may need to make. It's not fair to them to all of a sudden want them to make these changes. So on Thursday, by Thursday, it's 2 days from now, so we can.
That's fine. So on Thursday, the staff going to come back and give us some information on this, and then we'll be able to put forth an amendment then.
Correct.
But we will get more information. Like, it's only 2 days from now, so I don't know.
Well, we'll get their comments. Right? Next is the fire department shed. We need to discuss that too much.
Moved by Councilor McKelvey, seconded by Deputy Mayor Shell, that council amends the 2026 mayor budget to remove the fire department capital project for a $19,775 shed.
All those in favor? That's carried. Roads, labor, public works.
Moved by Councilor McKelvey, seconded by Councilor Sisson, that council amends the 2026 mayor budget to remove $80,000 from the roads operating budget for the additional roads labor.
Sorry.
Did you record it? That's okay. You can still do it.
Okay, and so in this case, if you vote for, you're removing this additional staff member.
Right. So Councilor Ingram, for or against?
For,
Councilor Unison, for or against? For. Councilor McKelvey, for or against? For. Councilor Saney, for or against?
Against?
Deputy Mayor Shell, for or against?
For.
You said for, correct? Thank you. Councilor Sisson, for or against? Thank you. Mayor Carter, for or against?
Against.
Okay, so the vote is carried.
Okay.
Next one is the capital budget for the purchase of bonds. No, you just did the labor.
So this. Oh, I see. Okay. Sorry. All right.
Moved by Counselor McKelvey, seconded by Counselor Sisson, that council amends the 2026 mayor budget to add 27,000 to the capital budget for the purchase of a plow and sander in public works roads to be added to the lean and pickup truck.
Go ahead.
Earlier, the works director told us that we'll work on the truck, so I'm just wondering if we need to have further discussion on this.
Sorry. Like, let's.
No, this is the lead hands truck. We have a drive.
Yeah, so through the chair, I do not recommend putting a plow or a sander on a half-ton. What do you need to do? Plow you might get away with, sander is definitely off the table. And the plowing inefficient and undersized variety.
So. Yeah, but it doesn't, if we defeat it, then we. Doesn't solve the problem. I guess that we don't have another half ton that's we're purchasing in all this. No. Right. Councilor McKelvey?
Doing the math here. I'm pretty sure you're gonna come back and veto some of these. And there will be. He's gonna get his truck. And he's probably gonna get his operator, so. So I just, might as well just withdraw this one, I think, if he's saying that it doesn't. This is for the lead hands bid. This proposed amendment.
Right? True. It's not that old. That was it. The old is, the lead hands.
Couple years ago.
Yeah, so if you got a full-size 3/4 ton, you could take the plow from the landfill, put it on that truck and give the landfill all stuff. Mission accomplished. Okay. Say you buy.
Add to the mayoral's budget. It would be $120,000, right? No, we voted to take it out, but it was, so add in $120,000 for the.
Roads pickup. It would be a roads pickup with a plow on it from the landfill.
To be
I
used,
would assume that.
to be
plow would
used
be-
by the lead hand. And then the lead hands truck that he has right now, which is a half-ton, could go to the landfill. But then the landfill site is not plowed.
Operational.
The lead hand has a full-time job. Right? We're taking what I had proposed as another full-time job and trying to.
I still have a hard time understanding why you need more equipment when there's no more roads than we had before and you have more employees, more equipment. I can't stand behind that. I was in the business too long. It's not.
All right, I think all we can do is really go through this, either withdraw this or defeat this and then figure it. We have a couple of days to try to figure out something. Go ahead.
Is my name on? With this? Okay, I will withdraw that amendment because if the director's telling me you can't put a plow and sander on the maintenance truck. I'm not gonna do something. So just- yeah, that's what I'm suggesting. Is that all right with the rest?
Everybody okay with that?
It's withdrawn. Okay, sidewalk, crosswalk, public works.
So moved by Counselor Hennessy, second by Counselor Saney, that council amends the 2026 mayor budget to remove 500,000 from the road sidewalk and crosswalk project and add 30,000 to the tax levy in preparation for required project documentation and potential funding opportunities.
Any comments? I think that this is a project that we could go forward with. You know, we can't be talking about improving the downtown and then not doing some of the infrastructure that we really need to fix up in the downtown, so. Read your resolution.
I-
Unless you have comments. Councilor McKelvey.
I'm fine with doing this project. I will not put $500,000 on a surplus that we don't know we have. That's where I have problems with these things. This is in your budget as $500,000. I honestly don't think that'll cover it, just my opinion. And I can't say that I'm gonna finance it from a surplus that we don't know. So if you want to leave it in, that's fine. We need to figure out the financing. I also don't think that we can pull this off by this year, but hey, if you can pull it off this year and fix the god awful sidewalks we have, by all means.
Okay, so we have to say that we, well, we either fund it from reserves or debt. I think we can probably fund it from the reserves, actually. If we have surplus, then it means very little has to come out of that.
So can we leave at least the $30,000 that's in, that I've added to the tax levy then and put 470,000 that is coming from reserves? So that I really,
I'm fine with that.
because basically that we're going to,
Yep, so this is just what I have. That it's amended to finance 470,000 of the roads, sidewalk and crosswalk project from reserves and add $30,000 to the tax levy in preparation for the required project documentation of potential funding opportunities. I can just take that last line off, the funding opportunity line, I mean, and just go period after the tax levy. Right? Okay. So that amendment would be Counselor Johansson and Counselor Saney. Comfortable with that change to the council amendment?
Still trying to understand what difference that will make.
Well, it means that of the $500,000, that $30,000 will come from the tax levy and the rest will come from reserves, surplus, grants, anything else we can get.
So it'll be 475 coming from reserves,
470.
470,
470, then 25.
30. 30 from the tax
Good thing
levy.
I asked for clarification. will come from this tax levy. Correct. The other opportunity is just to put it all into reserve.
Yeah,
So if we needed to tweak the overall percentage at the end of the day, this would be one way to do it.
perhaps. But if we got,
I'm okay with it.
if we do get grants or whatever, then that goes to reducing this.
Moved by Counselor Johansson, seconded by Counselor Saney, that council amends the 2026 mayor budget to finance 470,000 of the road, sidewalk, and crosswalk project from reserves and add $30,000 to the tax levy.
All those in favor? That is carried. Lachlan Paul. You can just read the resolution.
Moved by Counselor Ingram, seconded by Counselor Saney, that council amends the 2026 mail budget to add $50,000 to the capital levy towards the cost of the Lachlan Hall construction, with the balance of $650,000 to be funded from debt.
All those in favor? It's carried. Move the fire hall.
Sure.
Sidewalk, can you reread?
Reserves, 30,000 from operating.
Taxation, yeah, from tax levy. The Lachlan Hall is 50,000 from the capital levy. And 650,000 to be funded from debt. So do you want me to change that to tax levy? I'm okay with happy to make changes. I just tax levy. Okay, so moved by Counselor Ingram, seconded by Counselor Saney, that council amends the 2026 mayor budget to add $50,000 to the tax levy towards the cost of the Lachlan Hall construction, with the balance of $650,000 to be funded from debt.
All those in favor?
Second,
Old fire hall.
moved by Counselor Saney, seconded by Counselor Ingram, that council amends the 2026 mayor budget to add $50,000 to the capital levy towards the project for the old fire hall.
Yes, say tax.
Do you want
levy
to say
there.
taxation? Tax levy. Moved by Counselor Saney, seconded by Counselor Ingram, that council amends the 2026 mayoral budget to add $50,000 to the tax levy towards a project for the old fire hall.
All those in favor? Sorry, yeah. Keep your hands up. Okay, it's carried.
So-
Yes.
Moved by Counselor Hennessy, seconded by Counselor Saney, that council amends the 2026 mayoral budget to add the county GIS allocation of $11,138 to the operating budget.
All those in favor? Carried. Official plan.
Moved by Counselor McKelvey, seconded by Deputy Mayor Shell, that council amends the 2026 budget to add the county official plan allocation of $18,750 to the operating budget.
All those in favor? It's carried. Accessibility funding for the arena.
Okay, so the way it's worded now is the funding is by accessibility.
I think you should just enter that arena.
Sorry,
I think you should amend it. Just change the sentence.
yeah, but you have to tell me how you'd like it funded. Council.
It'll have to be funded from surplus or from, sorry, reserves. Unless there's a grant.
To be.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So moved by Counselor Saney, seconded by Counselor Ingram, that council amends the 2026 budget, Mayoral budget, to add the accessibility buttons at the arena to be funded from reserves.
All those in favor? That is carried. What were you doing?
One here, which is with respect to the facility use grant. But I just need a mover and a seconder, but I'll read you the motion first before.
What is it?
That the 2026 Mayoral budget be amended to add $9,000 to the facility use grant revenue line. Is that okay?
Oh, car grants.
Yes. So I need a seconder, please. Moved by Counselor McKelvey, seconded by Deputy Mayor Shell, that the 2026 Mayoral budget be amended to add $9,000 to the facility use grant revenue line.
All those in favor? That is carried. That is.
But nobody gave me a. Are we sure it's the 20,000?
So, Vicky, that was, increasing the short-term rental revenue by $20,000.
I had the 20,000 in and I had short-term rental. I just wasn't sure. Yeah. So I.
Okay.
Yeah, I just need to move into secondary no council.
That's McKelvey, Counselor Ingram.
Moved by Council McKelvey, seconded by Council Ingram, that that the 2026 Mayoral budget be amended to include $20,000 for the short-term rental licensing revenue.
All those in favor? That is carried.
And we have one last one. So do you have one?
I've started it, just basically that we amend the budget to include the slurry seal estimated at,
So but we have a recommendation from our Director of Public Works to defer something to include this. So
So through the chair, after reviewing, nothing really to say other than I made an error, obviously. So I thought I included this, but it's not there. So what I do recommend would be, we're expected costs for the slurry seal is about $130,000. My recommendation would be to defer the Bethel Road portion of the road resurfacing. It comes in at just shy of $180,000. That way we don't completely upset the apple cart here and here we are. Bethel Road is a much bigger animal than what we had proposed for this year anyways. We'll revisit that. My recommendation would be for that 2027. We can tackle a larger portion of Bethel Road, which all needs to be done anyway. And then we could fit in slurry seal. Error on my end.
So that was, Bethel Road was one of my questions because I don't even know where I found. Somewhere in here you said where you were gonna do these roads and you gave a 911 number for Bethel. And it was like right at the intersection. So I actually, I'm glad you mentioned this because I did have questions. Would it be that much money to just, I mean, the 911 number you gave me is a. You're the first house on the right.
Yeah, so I'd have to look back on what number I gave.
But it wasn't gonna go very far.
No, it wasn't. It was really,
The sharp corner.
yeah,
maybe?
honestly, I had put Bethel in there. So it could act as like a sliding scale, like if council wanted to spend more money or less money, that's where it would, like on road resurfacing, that's where it would have done more or less, so. Bethel's kind of in there as a sort of.
Personally, I'd like to more, but
Yeah.
it just comes down to money.
Yeah, so
Bethel Road is in bad shape.
it is in bad shape, but to your point, we were only considering a pretty small portion. Bethel Road's a long road. So regardless, we'll be revisiting Bethel Road in 2027.
So you're proposing we add 130,000 for slurry seal, which I'm absolutely we have to do, but we're gonna take 178 out of Bethel. So they don't balance out.
They don't fully balance out with something that was mentioned.
Yeah, so I believe it would be removing 178,000 and adding 120,000
So I,
or 130, sorry.
through you, Mr. Mayor, I think where Councillor McKelvey's concerned is that, yeah, we're kind of going backwards, but I think, Zach, we chatted about, are there other things within the capital budget that are not funded from taxation that, you know, we might offset, right?
Yes, we could make up the difference with other capital projects, that amount. The two amounts I just stated, get up to the capital levy amount you're looking for, Counselor. Or alternatively, that difference could go into reserves as a reserve expense, increase in reserves.
I think we've got 20 plus amendments that are going to be adjusting all of our financials. So I suggest that on Thursday, we look at where the financials lead us, and then we can, you know, propose an amendment to add a little to this or add a little to that. Councilor McKelvey.
Okay, so I can propose an amendment that we include the 130,000 slurry seal covered by taxation. If we pull it Bethel, you all know how I feel about this, the capital levy and the taxes has to stay the same as last year. So if we get this back, the only thing I'm concerned about is, are we gonna have this handed to us Thursday morning? Because, and I know it's really hard. We put terrible pressure on staff here over Christmas and New Year's, and now we've got a really tight time frame. But I'm hoping we can get something tomorrow.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we already have a meeting set up first thing in the morning, and it is our intention to go through, and depending on what time we end up today, you know, we will go through and summarize all of these amendments, and then, yes, it would be our intention to tackle what those financial changes are. I don't want to promise a time for tomorrow, but we will do everything we can to get you information tomorrow.
So as far as an amendment, then I guess the amendment would be that we'd have $30,000 to be like that.
I think
Slurry seal.
Victor Bexler.
Oh, sorry.
That the mayoral budget be amended to remove the Bethel Road project at 178,000. And further, that council includes the slurry seal project for 130,000 to be financed by taxation. If council wishes, I can separate them out, so they're two separate motions, if that's easier.
It's fine. Councilor Sammy.
Let me just get the department's take on that. Does that sound good? I just want to confirm that. That's.
Okay.
I need a break, sorry. I just need a second.
Councilor Ingrid. Michelle. No, well, you read it.
Moved by Councillor Ingram, seconded by Deputy Marshall, that the rail budget be amended to remove the Bethel Road project at 178,000, and further that council includes the slurry seal project for 130,000 to be financed by taxation.
All those in favor? That is carried. Is that the last one? Okay. So the reminder that we have till January 8th to come up with any further amendments, which is Thursday. So if there are going to be some amendments that based on some of these numbers, then things we said we would review. But that will be that's sort of the last day for amendments. So if you have any more, please get them to staff or to the CAO as soon as you have them. Councillor McKelvey.
The other question I had was a fleet plan. We had talked about this during the asset management plan, that we had prepared a fleet replacement plan as part of the asset management plan work, and I'm just wondering if we can get a copy of it. It would really be helpful if we knew when we're trying to talk about a landfill truck in isolation of huge fleet and not knowing when they're going to be replaced.
No, it is, and I'll let Mr. Drinkwater talk about what he envisions. So you are correct, Councillor McKelvey. There was information submitted to our asset management consultants, not really a plan. Mr. Drinkwater and I will be meeting with each one of the department heads. We want to develop a robust plan, 10-year plan, 15-year plan with financing attached to that.
I thought the consultant said he had a 10-year capital replacement plan that's given to them, so.
It's not as robust as what we'd like to see. It's only as good as what was submitted, which
Yeah.
was, right?
Um,
So that is, we anticipate within the first half of this year, we will have a robust plan to council.
and I have a couple of questions I'd like to discuss on the sewer budget, if we could.
Go ahead.
What is the increase for Aqua? Because there was a lot of different numbers flying around us, and one was on the screen saying 9%. So we're trying to do a budget for the water and sewer, and we don't really have a firm, it was one of the things we were supposed to get a report on.
So I'll look to Ms. Blanchard. We have not had a chance to talk to Aqua, but the information that we have in writing from Aqua is not 9%. So I know that she had looked at that information.
I'm just concerned we're doing a budget and we don't know. So, yes. Yeah, okay. So my other question was, we had briefly talked last meeting about 25's projects didn't get done. So 26 budget really had to be changed to reflect 25's capital projects, as well as 26. And I fluked onto this one, but the tertiary filter rehabilitation request for tender, we had a report in October where the budget for that project was $100,000 and the project came in at 196.3 plus HST. And then we'll have Aqua's 15%. So basically it's twice as much as what last year's budget is. So not only did that not get done, it's got to come forward to 26 because I'm pretty sure they haven't done any of this work. So there's the 315,000 for something else. And then there's this, which is twice as much as what the budget was. So I think we really need some information on the capital budget and what we're doing, because we're trying to throw rate increases in here. And I don't think it reflects what's actually going to happen. So Mike might be able to tell us more. It was his report October 9th, where he gave us the bad news on what that tender came in at, but I don't believe they've done any. I don't know what a tertiary rehabilitation is. So that's the one that's going to take 3 or 4 months, I think he said. Okay, so it has not happened. It's twice as much as what last year's budget are, and we don't have it in this year's budget. So we really need some work on the wastewater and water budgets, I think.
Through the chair, so I will follow up. Last time Jeremy was here, the conversation was that tertiary bypass rehab was going to take place over this winter, essentially right now. Sorry.
Yeah, so it's going to be 26.
It will be a 26 item when it's complete. I'm not sure.
This was your report where you gave us the tender results and it came in at 196,3 plus tax. The budget was 100,000 in 2025 for that. Plus we'll pay the 15% to Aqua if you haven't been able to negotiate that down. You haven't, you could try these. So this is not reflected in this budget that we were given, water and wastewater.
We didn't have any amendments on the water wastewater budget, so.
I didn't realize I had to have an amendment to get a discussion, so my bad. I could make an amendment that stuff, bring us back a new capital budget for water and wastewater that actually reflects what we're being asked to do. I just don't know what to say. It's not. We talked at the last meeting that there was going to be an amendment because 25's capital projects had not been done. They were going to be brought forward to 26 capital projects. All I'm telling you is I, by fluke on the weekend, found this report. And that's when I realized, I won't say what I said, that not only did we not bring it forward, our budget was way out of whack. So I need a new budget number for capital for water and waste. And that might make a difference in what we're being proposed to approve.
Yeah, staff, you'll have to look at this. And
We'll have to look at it, Mr. Mayor, but we would need Aqua involved in this as well.
Well,
so.
if you go back to 25's budget,
Mhm.
it listed the capital projects.
Mhm.
Okay, most of them weren't done. Jeremy even said that when he was here last meeting. So we agreed that, okay, so not only do we have 26 capital proposed, we need to add in 25's capital, okay? If it's a simple this year to this year,
Sure.
and it's gonna come from reserves, it's not a big deal, but it at least reflects accurately what our plan is.
Okay.
The problem is last year doesn't match what this year's going to be because we had a tender result that's twice as much as what we budgeted.
Right.
And we have not allowed for that in any of these budgets. And, you know, if I'm being asked to approve the water and sewer budget Thursday, I can't because it's not accurate.
right, you guys take a look.
You have to come up to the mic, Lori.
So at the December 15th meeting, I believe Councillor Calvin posed that question and Jeremy happened to be here. Right, and so he came up and said that yes, in fact, in one project, I'm sure was not to be completed. He did also mention potentially smaller piece of the water budget from this year. So, but I think it warrants a conversation to circle back around with Jeremy to see what the actual numbers are to get them, because at the end of the day, you know, water, wastewater, it's a self-balancing budget, right? So, it really is a matter, can I ask, was that additional requirement approved by council? Was there, okay. So, sorry, can I ask? What was the date of that? One? Just so that we can. check on
October the
resolution.
9th. It's Mike Timmons's report. 2502 Aqua.
Okay, so staff will take that away. But, what? Find out if there's an issue here.
But when it comes to the reserves for water and sewer, it would be really nice if we could get an update on that. And one of the ones is the water was going to be impacted substantially by that hydrant project that still hasn't been settled.
All right, confirming bylaw.
Moved by Counselor Sisson, seconded by Counselor McKelvey, that bylaw 2507 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council held during the special meeting of January 6, 2026, be received, read a first time, considered for the second and third time, and finally passed with a corporate seal affixed.
All those in favor? Was carried. Adjournment.
Moved by Counselor McKelvey, seconded by Counselor Sisson, be it resolved that the January 6, 2026 special council meeting is hereby adjourned at 2:05 PM.
Those in favor? It's carried. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you back here on Thursday morning.